today. We would like to thank the government of Egypt, but also the population of Egypt, our colleagues from UN Habitat that I know have been tirelessly trying to put this together, and all the local and regional governments that have freed their agendas to be here with us in Cairo. Thank you very much for your efforts. And also to all our partners that are going to be joining us throughout the days in the many events that we are organizing in this World Urban Forum. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome Ana Claudia Rosbach, the Executive Director of UN Habitat, as a very good friend of local governments, to this very first World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments under her leadership. Ana Claudia, welcome. Qué gusto.
Excellencies, honorable mayors, governors, local leaders, and representatives of local and regional governments, dear partners, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to all of you once again to the 12th edition of the World Urban Forum in Cairo. I am most delighted to open the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments in my capacity of new Executive Director of UN Habitat, together with such inspiring leaders, Dr. Hesham Ehelbai, Assistant Minister of Local Government in Egypt, Jan van Zanen, Mayor of The Hague and UCLG President, sorry, and of course my friend Emilia. Dear friends, I would like to start by extending my gratitude to the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments. Thank you for convening the local and regional government constituency at WUF and at this assembly, as well as to the government of Egypt for hosting us in wonderful Cairo, and also, of course, as Emilia mentioned, the people of Egypt. As the primary platform for local and regional governments to review and discuss the implementation of the new urban agenda, this World Assembly convenes at a critical moment as the Pact for the Future has just been adopted, and we start preparations of the next new urban agenda quadriennial report in 2026. It will be 10 years after Quito. Dear friends, with 56% of the world population living in cities, a figure projected to rise to 70% by 2050, humanity's present and future are certainly urban. Everything is going to happen in cities. The facts are clear. 2.8 billion people face housing inadequacies, with 90% which between Africa and Asia, while 300 million are facing homelessness globally. UN Habitat estimates also that 96,000 new affordable and accessible housing units are needed on a daily basis to meet the demand for adequate housing by 2030. It's a big, big goal, and it's a big, big challenge to be overcome. Climate change is already intensifying, urban crisis impacting infrastructure to access services, especially for marginalized communities. Cities are being affected by floodings. We're just seeing what's happening in Spain. Just saw Nigeria, African countries extremely affected by floodings in the recent months, but also heat waves and at the threat of sea level rising. Today, global challenges unfold at the local level, and therefore, solutions must be found at the local level too. The policies, initiatives, and innovations developed by local governments will be crucial in shaping our ability to tackle these issues effectively. In this World Urban Forum, we embrace localization as our guiding principle. Let me unpack. First, it all starts locally. So solutions begins in our neighborhoods with your leadership. Cities in all corners of the world are showing that they are not just passive respondents to national policies, but they are hubs for creativity and for delivery. Some examples: innovative financial solutions in Johannesburg followed and inspired other countries such as Egypt. disaster risk reduction, laws, plans, strategy in San Jose, Taipei, Niterói. Some cities have also adopted the care as a guiding principle. This is becoming a trend, the cities of care, Vienna, Harare, Bogotá, Marseille, among others. With 2030 fast approaching, the urgency for an SDG rescue plan is greater than ever, and it must be firmly anchored on this inspiring that both national experiences, that both national governments and the international communities should support and scale up. Second, it all starts together. Just a couple of months ago, in September, we convened in New York during the Summit of the Future, committing to building a new multilateral system where the voice of local and regional governments is heard, acknowledged, and integrated in global decision-making. We are deeply encouraged by the adoption of the Pact for the Future. This is the first large UN conference that happens after the Pact was approved by consensus by member states in New York. The Pact includes reference to adequate, safe and affordable housing, cities, the new urban agenda. Second, the engagement of local and regional governments to achieve the 2030 agenda. And third, very important to our work, the reform of the international financial architecture. To address these issues, we must, first, create mechanisms that integrate local governments into national and international decision-making process, as well as national enabling environments mainstreaming localizations. This is a two-pronged approach that we both, you, with our member states and UN, the United Nations, UN Habitat, we have to work together to achieve. And supporting local governments with adequate capacities and resources to deliver on their mandate. Let me share now how UN Habitat is advancing work in these directions. Through the SDG Cities Global Initiative, we support cities in mainstreaming the SDGs and embark in a comprehensive, empowering process connecting data, planning and implementation, and aimed at addressing the key capacity and financial gaps at the local level. Second, the partnership platform on localizing the SDGs, launched with the Italian Ministry of Environment, aims at promoting the creation of SDG localization country framework, multi-level enabling environment anchored on policy coherence for sustainable development to advance localization. Last but not least, UN Habitat hosts the Secretariat and is the permanent co-chair of the Local 2030 Coalition, the UN system-wide platform on SDG localization aimed at fostering the UN collective effort toward localization. UN Habitat has also other programmatic windows and avenues of interaction with local governments at country and regional levels. Finally, my dear friends, it all starts at home. The collective pursuit of more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient cities ultimately depends on our capacities to rapidly and collectively address the most pressing issues, and among them, the housing crisis, I would like to highlight once again. I call on the international community here reunited at this World Urban Forum to join our cause and work together to strengthen the work and voices of local and regional governments, to create inclusive and effective multi-level governance systems as stated at the new urban agenda, and to continue elevating the voices of our communities in the main decision-making process. Thank you for your attention and wishing you a great World Urban Forum 12. Shukran.
Thank you so much for these very inspiring words. We are really pleased to have you with us, and you will see that throughout the day we will be discussing the rescue plan, our rescue plan for the SDGs, a very critical way of looking at issues such as housing, but also financing for development, and the multi-stakeholder multilateralism that we hope to be able to build following the Pact of the Future. Thank you very much. We know, Executive Director, that you have a very tight schedule, so we understand if you at some point need to leave. And allow me now to proudly present the Mayor of The Hague and President of United Cities and Local Governments, Jan van Zanen. Welcome, President.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, representatives of member states, colleagues, esteemed mayors and governors, colleagues, I see some new friends, Barcelona, Istanbul, and many other people who made the trouble in this beautiful country to gather here. Today, as we convene the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments here at the 12th session of the World Urban Forum, we stand together to emphasize the essential role of local and regional governments in shaping a multilateral system. A system capable of responding to today's complex challenges, from big cities, metropolises, to small and rural communities, to respond and to make strong our collective commitment as local leaders. We have the power to advance global goals and bridge the gap between global and local priorities. I saw examples of that last week when the mayor of Arusha, Maximilian Irang, showed me the initiatives in his city, and also in Addis Ababa, where I witnessed the power of cooperation in the subsidy of Colfi Kiriano. Men, women, and very important, the young generation working on inclusion and empowerment of the disabled. The difficult circumstances as we faced, increasing polarization and worsening the climate crisis, have done nothing but consolidate the importance of the core principles laid down in the Quito Outcome document, including preserving the right to the city, stressing the social function of the city through equality-driven local service provision, and recalling the need for enabling environments for subsidiarity and decentralization. And with all this in mind, it becomes more important than ever to reaffirm our recognition of the collective efforts of the local and regional government constituency, gathered in this global task force of local and regional governments, facilitated by the United Cities and Local Government, UCLG. Last month, I had the honor to host the World Council in my own city, The Hague, the city of peace and justice, with as motto a new peace agenda for future generation. But also I cannot agree more that the theme of the 12th edition of the WUF, It Starts at Home, reinforces our central belief that lasting transformation begins within our communities. Local and regional governments are not only implementers, we are catalysts for sustainable changes. Our Assembly, you, serves as a platform to affirm that in the journey toward the 2030 Agenda and beyond, to show and to lead and give and show our ability to lead in critical areas such as good governance, housing, climate resilience, health and economic stability. It directly supports our communities' well-being and resilience. The Summit of the Future laid an essential foundation by recognizing for the first time that our constituency is crucial to accelerating localization. However, this acknowledgement must translate into a formal and permanent status for local and regional governments within UN bodies. Because localization is more than a strategy. It is a governance model that places community at the heart of decision making, with real influence over the sources they need. We call on the international system to honor the commitments of the Summit of the Future and to involve our organized constituency in the discussions around financing and governance, to drive talked about before, to drive a local SDG rescue plan. We commit to a universal agreement that guarantees everyone has access to essential services. As we face economic, social, and environmental challenges, we should practice partnerships, equity, and peace, making sure our solutions reflect the needs of our communities. As we look ahead to the World Social Summit, we focus on building a global social agenda rooted in principles of equity and care, ensuring access to basic services and local resilience. We call for renewed financial frameworks now and for future generations that place the provision of public goods and local service delivery at the center of the global agenda. Together, all together, we aim to secure a multilateral system where no place and no person are left behind. With a global financial structure that prioritizes local public investments. If we have that, we can respond to climate, social and economic challenges alike. This World Assembly, dear friends, reaffirms our unwavering commitment to a global agenda that centers on people and planet, built upon resilient and inclusive communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President. And to officially open this World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments, allow me to introduce, to express our sincere gratitude and thank you to the Assistant Minister of Local Development of Egypt, Dr. Hessam El-Hebawi. I did my best, sir. I know it was a difficult one. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
مساء الخير.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, representatives of governments, municipalities, representatives of the UN Habitat and international organizations. On behalf of the Egyptian government, I would like to welcome you all in the inauguration and the opening of the Assembly of the Local and Regional Governments. And we're looking forward to our participation together and that it would be a step towards the empowerment of the local and regional governments, by considering them not only implementative or executive mechanisms, but a linking point between the citizens and the decision makers. By considering them that they are more aware of determining the needs of the local communities and to coordinate providing innovative solutions that would cope with the local context. And allow me to start my speech by stressing on the idea that the context of the global changes and transformations and the challenges that we were exposed to, like for example the economic population growth, climate change and economic crisis, require a good response. This is why our gathering today on this platform is considered as a golden opportunity to enhance our efforts together and to unify our vision towards empowering and supporting the local governments in a way that's going to enable it to conduct its own activities in an efficient way towards building a sustainable and safe future for all our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable attendees, the World Urban Forum in the current session is considered as a vital opportunity to enhance the global efforts towards the sustainable development that are not going to be conducted except through the active local work. From this perspective, we do see that the International Committee for the Local Governments is not representing the voices of these governments, but also it is a pivotal factor in order to enhance responding to the urban and social challenges through the activation of the international partnerships to achieve good results and sustainable ones in a way that's going to contribute to achieving the aspired sustainable development and to meet the needs of all the populations. And here I would like to stress that the enabling of the local administration and to develop their performance is going to be an important step towards achieving the sustainable development. Through this enabling and empowerment, local administrations are going to be more capable of providing high-level services and to enhance accountability and transparency in a way that's going to help build wise, stable, and sustainable societies capable of facing the present and the future challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, our cities in Egypt, and by the way, this is the situation in all the cities all over the world, witnesses much challenges because of the expedited urbanization and the population growth alongside with the environmental pressures. Hence, the Egyptian government deeply believes that the empowerment of the local governments represents a cornerstone for confronting these challenges. As the government, through clearly stated strategies towards supporting the decentralization, and it would push forward the efforts to serve and to meet the needs of the most marginalized sectors of the society, to provide a decent life for all the citizens. And in alignment with the slogan of the forum, everything starts locally. So the Egyptian government works on achieving the consolidation and the integration between the local and the central governments, aiming at empowering the local cities and societies to face the challenges that they face and to translate the SDGs in a local context. Also, we're working on enhancing the partnerships between the government sector, private sector, and CSOs. And this collaboration aims at making our cities more inclusive, more resilient, and more capable of adaptation, with focusing on achieving a geographic balance in development to witness and to see its impact reflected on the local societies. We deeply believe that transformation into decentralization is the best way to improve the services provision and the social satisfaction. And hence, we are charged to announce that the Egyptian government is going to launch on the 7th of this month and on the 4th day of the forum the national strategy for transformation towards decentralization and to enhance the administrative management. And we call upon all those who are interested and the participants to join us in this important event, because we're going to tackle the ambitious plans that aim at enhancing the capacities of the local administrations and to enable them to confront the challenges. And within this framework, I am pleased to refer that the Egyptian government works on enhancing the decentralization through three main pillars that are integrated and that are aiming at achieving a balanced development and a just one, because the social justice is the title of development in our local societies now. The first pillar has to do with enhancement of the administrative decentralization through the achievement of a just geographic growth that ensures a better government response to the needs of the citizens, alongside with integrated planning and to enhance the role of the local communities in managing and implementing the projects and maintaining and protecting them. The second pillar has to do with the economic development through the empowerment of the local administrations to support the economic growth at the local level and the enhancement of the partnerships with the private sector in managing the economic projects as well as the establishments and utilities in a way that's going to create a supportive environment for the economic sustainable growth. The third pillar is the financial pillar. and it ensures a just distribution for investments at the geographic levels and the empowerment of the local units to manage the financial resources, the autonomous ones, in a transparent way. And this is going to contribute to improving the services delivery and to build a good trust between the citizen and the government, and to create an enabling environment and to develop financial mechanisms that are innovative. And this is the base of supporting the local governments and empowering them in a way that is going to enhance Egypt's capacity to achieve the SDGs and to build a more stable and inclusive and resilient world and community. And here we're going to focus our efforts over the coming period on the continuation of transforming the national goals towards development policies and linking these policies to the executive actions at the local level. And this is a critical problem, because when we think of the localization of the national goals, we have to think of how to transform these goals into policies for the governments, and then action policies and action programs for the local governments. Also, we're pursuing over the coming period to empower the local administration and to update the laws and to build the institutional local capacities to achieve more efficacy in the service delivery and provision. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable attendees, we couldn't have believed 5 years ago that Egypt is going to announce this national strategy for decentralization. But today, we are announcing the existence of the national strategy for decentralization, the base of which is the citizen and the local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I reiterate that every step towards the empowerment of the local administrations is a step towards achieving the social justice and the inclusive growth and the sustainable stability. Also, we are keen on this discussion, and we are looking forward to have this forum to respond to the local needs and to ensure and to provide the necessary resources to achieve sustainable development through the enhancement of the local action towards achieving sustainable development, and to support it through financial mechanisms that are supportive and innovative. We would like also to have these discussions and negotiations to be translated into actual steps that would enhance the role of all the sectors, be it private sector, civil society organizations, local and regional governments, women, youth, in the decision-making process. And the slogan of everything starts locally is going to be translated on the ground, and it would become a reality that we live starting from this session. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those words and for expressing your commitment to decentralization policies, a word that we don't often hear in many of our international gatherings, but remains extremely important for our constituency. Without competencies, without the right resources, both human and financial, it is very, very difficult to meet our task. I hope you agree with me. This has been a very good framework for the opening of the Assembly. Allow me to thank Mr. Tarek Sukri, a Member of Parliament and of the Committee on Housing, for having honored us also with his presence in this opening ceremony. We are closing the opening now, and we are going to give way to the next session. Thank you, all of you, for your attendance.
صباح الخير جميعا.
Good morning, everyone. In fact, I will tackle another very important aspect, which is the Egyptian application in the housing or in this field. They are very important, and I see they are fit for to be studied and examined. the Egyptian cities in 2012 did not exceed 10%, and now we're talking 14%. The urbanization percentage in less than 10 years exceeded 100%. So Egypt has a pioneering experience in urbanization. Egypt is a land of construction. And in the field of solar energy and green urbanization, green architecture, the Egyptian state made decisions proportionate with urbanization. The impediments of this kind of work in countries is finance, because the cost of construction increases 5 to 10% according to the developer work with the decarbonization, whether through electricity, solar energy, water, recycling, other green activities that decreases carbon emissions. So the 7, 5, and 10% are not easily accepted by the buyer. So the Egyptian government, the new administrative capital decided to decrease this cost for the developer by giving them 4%, from 2 to 4% according to what they provide in the sustainable construction and sustainable buildings. In fact, this cost, estimated 2 to 4%, has helped developers and enabled some projects that will be pioneering projects in the administrative capital. As a parliament, we are concerned with some legislative amendments that will incentivize the developers and builders to implement this, and we're also keen on creating new environment and a new culture, because it is all about culture. Because some people won't consider this as a priority, but during the upcoming period we will witness expanded media campaigns in this regard. New experiences will be presented in the administrative capital. Also, we will talk about a huge file the Egyptian state is seeking, which is the financing capacities. One of the most important elements to make a change in this field. Egypt is highly concerned with this. We are working in balance with the UN requirements. Thank you so much for listening.
Speakers of the opening ceremony to join us at the front row, and allow me now to give way to my colleague, Ms. Bernardia Iravati, the Secretary General of UCLG ASPAC. She will be moderating this session. I would also like to call to the podium Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, the Mayor of Istanbul. I would like to also call to the podium Ms. Fatimetu Abdel Malik, the President of Nouakchott Regional Council, Ms. Maria Eugenia Gay, Vice President of the Barcelona Provincial Council, I should say. Welcome. Ms. Sigrun Viken, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development of Norway, please join us. And Patricio Maldonado from Nabón in Ecuador to join this panel as well. And Dr. Rose Christine Kagwa, Chair of the Global Water Operator Partnership Alliance, WOPA. There might be other colleagues that are joining us later on, and I leave it in the able hands of my colleague Bernardia to facilitate the local SDG rescue plan session. All the good luck to you, Bernardia. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me to give a big applause to Emilia, Secretary General of United Cities and Local Governments, for excellent moderation of the first the opening session. Excellencies, mayors, governors, and local governments representatives, dear speakers, very, very good morning and good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very pleased to welcome everyone to this dialogue one. Is on the local SDG rescue plan. I think everyone has already rescue plan, so we are looking forward to hearing from you. But I just want to remind everyone that today we stand at the pivotal juncture in the journey towards the 2030 agenda. I think where the efforts of cities and local governments are essentials to accelerating the progress. So in this dialogue, in this local SDG rescue plan, we will be hearing from all the distinguished panelists here our review on the progress of the new urban agenda as a driver for the SDGs. I think we heard a lot the importance of multi-level governance, importance of partnerships, importance of investment, and on those kind of things that we just heard just now. Anyway, without further ado, I was told that each panelist is given 2 minutes only, but hopefully we can speak within the line, within the 2 minutes. So let me invite now distinguished Mayor of Istanbul, Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Ve
Distinguished President of UCLG, Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished representatives of the local governments from across the world. As the Mayor of Istanbul and the President of the Union of Municipalities of Turkey, I am delighted to be with you on the occasion of the World Assembly of Local and Regional Authorities in Cairo, sister city of Istanbul. Cities around the world are not only places where people live, but they are also the cradle of different cultures and the center of change, just like Istanbul and Cairo. They serve as a bridge between the past and the present and the future. The challenges that our cities face as they carry their historical roles and significance to the future also presents an opportunity, which is to build a fairer, a more sustainable, and a more livable world. Built on this very ideal, the Istanbul model represents a holistic approach that is based on solidarity, sustainable development, and citizen participation. Thanks to this model, putting the needs of our citizens at the center, we adopt an equitable and smart urbanization approach while building a fair, green, and creative city. Realizing our investments in Istanbul in various fields, including public transport, the fight against climate change, vocational training projects, and the protection of cultural heritage, we are on our way to build a carbon-neutral and resilient city where no one is left behind. In the last 5 years, Istanbul has achieved a first in its history and has become a megacity that can undertake constructions for 10 different metro lines at the same time, provide free milk to the children of families in need, allow mothers with children younger than 4 to use public transport free of charge, realize the opening of over 100 nurseries, build dormitories for thousands of university students, and provide scholarships for hundreds of thousands of university students, and offer affordable, healthy meals to low-income citizens in city restaurants. We rely on sustainable development goals as guidance as we put our holistic model into perspective. Into practice. As local authorities, we provide services that directly impact the daily lives of our fellow citizens, and that's why we have a key role and responsibility in the construction of a sustainable future. Each and every social, economic, and environmental investment realized in cities contribute to the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda goals. That's why, with the comprehensive roadmap of the new urban agenda, we need to increase our cooperation to implement the global goals on a local level. Local 2030 coalition is especially important for the local implementation of the goals and for the mainstreaming of their implementation as well. The Cities Countdown to 2030 initiative, launched by UCLG and UN Habitat, support our strategic efforts on this front. I would like to highlight the importance of ongoing cooperation between local authorities and the private sector at this time. I also believe that we can create our own local rescue plans by combining the Sustainable Development Goals rescue plan with a solid roadmap like New Urban Agenda to build momentum in this process. Distinguished participant, today in Cairo, I would like to call on you, my fellow mayors and local authorities, to contribute to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. In the absence of peace and justice, it is not possible to talk about development. Therefore, let us all take more initiative and raise our voices for peace and justice. As the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, we have achieved this goal in the Balkans by founding the B40 Balkan Cities Network, which now brings together 65 cities across the Balkan region. And this year, we have invited the mayors in the Middle East and North Africa region to a regional event that we will be hosting in Istanbul between December 12th and 14th, which has the aim of discussing what we, as local authorities, can do to foster regional peace and ensure cooperation. We all have a responsibility to stop the ongoing human tragedy in Gaza and now in Lebanon, and to help bind up their wounds. I invite my colleagues who feel this responsibility and want to contribute to the process that we will initiate for regional peace to meet in Istanbul. Through building such city diplomacy platforms, we must continue to take decisive steps towards carrying our cities and our planet into a fair, sustainable, and resilient future. I believe that we also have to raise our voices for justice and for fellow colleagues who are facing injustice. As we speak, in my country, we are seeing more and more mayors ousted and replaced by state-appointed trustees. Last week, the mayor of Turkey's largest district, Professor Ahmet Özer, who is from the main opposition party, of which I am a member, was arrested. And today, the mayors of Mardin, Batman, and Halfeti were also ousted and replaced with state-appointed trustees. There can be no legal or political justification for this kind of an intervention against these mayors who work to foster justice, peace, and welfare, as well as the people's will who elected them. As I end my remarks with these thoughts, I wish that this World Urban Forum will bring huge success to all the representatives of local and regional authorities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mayor, for putting the people at the center of development. Also, never forget the children and women as important stakeholders, as well as underlining the importance of justice, more justice and peace. Thank you. Let me now invite the next speaker. We have Ms. Fatimatu Abdul Malik, President of Nouakchott Regional Council of Mauritania. You have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. Merci beaucoup Bernardia, merci à tous chers collègues. D'abord, je voudrais remercier vivement l'État d'Égypte pour l'organisation et pour l'accueil. Et je voudrais aussi féliciter.
I would like also to extend my congratulations to my colleagues for participating in this meeting. As a local government, we think that we are the closest to citizens. We are aware of all of their needs and requirements. We have long experience. We haven't learned in universities or an experience that we haven't gained in schools, but from working on ground. I'm back to Nouakchott. I belong to the Mauritania capital, Nouakchott, a very fragile city because it's located between sea and desert. So it suffers from the implication of being close to sea and desert because the sea level is high, sometimes higher than the regular. So in Nouakchott is home to 1.5 million people, which is half of the Mauritania population. This is also a hometown to a population that came from rural areas because they have been exposed to recurrent droughts and water stress. So the populations from rural areas head to Nouakchott as a destination, which led to an accelerated urbanization process compared to other African cities. We are responsible for the urbanization. We are facing challenges with regard to providing services to citizens, which led to slums, the creation of slums and wide differences among population segments. We realized these challenges that are facing citizens, and we created a program, a participatory program. We talked to citizens to understand the problems they are facing. We examine them scientifically to come up with the suitable solutions. We have paid attention to the climate side with these solutions. As I have mentioned earlier, we suffer from fragility, but also due to climate change. And in this regard, we have taken some measures, very important measures, including building water networks and enlightenment networks, like illumination networks. Youth in Nouakchott also are the prevailing segment in the population. So we are working to create targeted programs to youth. We are working, we are providing assistance on the civil action level and to encourage young people and SMEs for youth. We're working also to encourage localization.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Fatimatu, for.
Thank you so much, Madam Fatima, for this message, for this speech.
Thank you. Good morning. It is an honor for me to represent the Barcelona Provincial Council at the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments that we are celebrating in this beautiful and magnificent city. Dear mayors, dear local leaders, partners, dear friends, our work alongside the leadership and commitment of each of you is essential for the effective implementation of the new urban agenda, thereby significantly contributing to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. In this sense, the Pact for the Future, resulting from the United Nations Summit for the Future, held last September in New York, requests the United Nations Secretary General to provide recommendations on how engagement with local and regional authorities could advance the 2030 Agenda, particularly the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. While we welcome this inclusion, you will all agree that we are calling for a recognition that reflects the gravity of our responsibilities. More than 65% of the SDG targets are related to the work and mandate of local governments. For this reason, we should not be seen as mere implementers of the agenda. We are policy makers, catalysts of change, and the level of governance best placed to link the global goals with local communities. As Eleanor Roosevelt expressed in 1958, on the 10th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Yet, they are the wall on the individual person, the neighborhood he lives in, the school or college he attends, the factory, farm, or office where he works. Such are the places where every man, woman, and child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. And today, over 65 years later, local governments are still there. We are co-creators of solutions to global challenges and vital partners in working towards a better future for present and future generations. It all starts at home. It all starts at home. In this sense, we face the climate crisis, promoting innovative policies to adapt to water scarcity, drought and flood risks. As devastating floods in Spain a few days ago have shown that keep us deeply dismayed, we must be prepared for the consequences of a superheated atmosphere. This is the dramatic reality of climate change. That's not a joke. In addition, to achieve equality and cohesion in our societies, we actively promote employment inclusion programs targeted to vulnerable groups, including those who have been long-term unemployed and young people at risk of exclusion. And to tackle the demographic challenge, we advocate for a new community care system that acknowledges care as a social right and provides social housing and home care for the elderly, thus promoting their autonomy and well-being and facing the unwanted loneliness. We also recognize that diversity within our communities offers a unique opportunity to create more resilient and cohesive societies. Therefore, we actively promote the inclusion of migrants and endeavour to reduce discrimination through a range of public awarenesses and initiatives. Finally, in the face of digital transition, we are improving the administration in smaller municipalities, particularly those with populations under 5,000 inhabitants, promoting the adaptation of e-administration systems to enhance administratively efficiency and facilitate access to digital services for citizens. We understand that economic and social disparities are most acutely felt in our cities and towns, which is why we advocate for an inclusive economic development model where investments align with human rights and sustainability criteria. I firmly believe that our work is meaningless if we do not advocate for a culture of peace and human rights. This commitment underpins our international alliances and reflects our dedication to strengthen the global municipal movement that represents united systems and local governance. I'm confident that this World Assembly will bring new opportunities for partnership to drive forward a comprehensive urban transformation, allowing us to strengthen the impact of our local urban agendas for the benefit of our communities and global goals, to build a society stronger, fairer, and more inclusive that will allow us progress as humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eugenia, for your strong message, reminding us that the actions start from home, and this is actually in the theme of this World Urban Forum. And also you mentioned the importance of migration, climate, and also digitalization. I think this is also quite important, in which many cities are also pushing towards digitalizations. Okay, let me now move to Netherlands. We have here, let me invite Mayor of Utrecht, Ms. Sharon Dijksma. You have a floor. Oh, it's not, okay. Okay, let me now invite Mayor of Nabun from Ecuador, Mr. William Patricio Maldonado. I hope I pronounce your name right. Please.
Muy buenos días con todas y con todos. Como ya me habían presentado, soy Patricio Maldonado, honrosamente quien preside a los alcaldes y alcaldesas del Ecuador. Para nosotros siempre es muy importante poder compartir este tipo de espacios donde definitivamente podemos aprender de las múltiples experiencias y del trabajo esforzado que realizan las autoridades locales en las diferentes localidades de nuestro territorio en el mundo entero. Yo después de saludarles quiero un poco comentarles que desde la Asociación de Municipalidades Ecuatorianas estamos generando un esfuerzo gigante con todas nuestras autoridades locales para tratar de pues que nuestro trabajo para tratar de que nuestro trabajo se vea reflejado y adaptar a lograr cerrar esta brecha gigante que tenemos con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. No sé si... No sé si logramos ya... Creo que sí. Capaz es necesario hablar un poco más despacio, no sé si... ¿Sí? ¿Será que damos paso a otra persona para luego solventar? Okay.
Thank you. For the sake of time, we will move to the next speaker, and we will make sure.
Can you please just give us 5 minutes, because we are checking some of the technical issues that have happened in the interpretation. Well, and
at your assembly yesterday, and I learned a lot about this GWOPA, as well as the work that you have done. You have a floor.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Mayors, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be part of this historical assembly as the new chair of the Global Water Operators Partnership Alliance under UN Habitat, and delighted to be in Egypt as I come from Uganda. In the pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, the role of peer-to-peer partnerships among water and sanitation utilities cannot be overstated. These collaborations empower local and regional governments to enhance their service delivery and innovation capacities, making a significant impact on sustainable development. By sharing best practices and expertise, utilities can improve water quality, increase access to sanitation, and optimize resource management. Such partnerships serve as essential catalysts for change, aligning with initiatives like the Local 2030 Coalition and Cities Countdown to 2030. Together, these efforts pave the way for a robust local SDG rescue plan as we approach and sprint towards the 2030 deadline. The new urban agenda further accelerates this progress by providing a framework for integrating sustainability into urban planning. Through effective peer-to-peer collaboration, utilities can better address local challenges, ensuring that no community is left behind. Utilities over the world are set up differently, some belonging to local government, while some do not. We have private, we have public utilities. But as they go about their work, collaborating with local and regional governments facilitates services to the communities. We are very pleased in this context to have a growing partnership between GWOPA and UCLG. UCLG attended our assembly yesterday, calling for the need to broker closer engagements with utilities and broader city actors. Through GWOPA's pledge, 100 utilities for 100 million people made at the UN 2030 Water Conference, we aim to strengthen at least 100 additional utilities by 2030 to benefit 100 million people with safer, more responsive, more resilient, or more accessible basic services. And coming to Cairo, it means 5 mega cities. To make this happen, we need to work together, governments, utilities, and the GWOPA movement. Ladies and gentlemen, by leveraging these partnerships, we can mobilize high-impact investments and develop innovative solutions tailored to the unique needs of our cities. Let us reaffirm our commitment to these collaborative efforts, recognizing that the success of our local actions will be pivotal in achieving the SDGs and fostering resilient, equitable communities for future generations. Together, we can transform our vision into reality and drive meaningful progress towards a sustainable future. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Rose, for highlighting the importance of partnerships with providers as well as the water operators and local governments. Thank you so much. I was told that the interpretation now works back. So let me invite once again Mayor of Nabon, Mayor William Patricio Maldonado. You have the floor.
Nuevamente yo. Les comentaba que en Ecuador estamos intentando desde los municipios locales o desde los gobiernos subnacionales generar un mayor esfuerzo, el mayor esfuerzo posible en función de cerrar esta brecha con la finalidad de lograr los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Esos objetivos que en un país como el que nosotros vivimos, pues lastimosamente se encuentra con problemas como ya el mundo entero conoce, una ola de inseguridad que lastimosamente genera un efecto dominó ante
the local governments have to deal with this problem, and also this requires us to cooperate together. Definitely this would affect the economy, and we really need to underline the fact that this is going to cost us 12 million euros per hour because of the lack of this kind of energy. And this would necessitate us to achieve the SDGs that we should activate and implement. So we came here alongside with a group of mayors, and we really wanted to exchange experiences and to know what are the decisions that have been made in the whole world in this regard. And here we're quite ready to collaborate through this forum and the different assemblies and alliances to get to know the different initiatives and the best practices that we have to hold with us when we go back to our countries as mayors. And here I would like to let you know that in Ecuador, around 80% of the municipalities, be it big or small, we have the authority, constitutional authorities, but the economic crisis that we are witnessing now acted as an impediment, and also it has broadened the gap, and this has shouldered more burdens on the economy, and this also is going to oblige us to resort to some resources related to the sanitation, the water, and the cleanliness, and so on, and also to reconsider the local space, and also the capital, Ecuador, and the metro lines, and this achievement that has happened, which shed light on the idea that there is a big improvement that has been achieved on the ground, and that there is a plan that has been developed to deal with the issues related to the sanitation and drinking water, and other cities are trying to restore their heritage. And also here we are searching for the best circumstances for our citizens. And here we are short in time. We need to speak more definitely. But here in Ecuador, we are following this up closely to bridge the gap between the theory and what is on the ground in order to get basic and satisfactory services and to provide them to our citizens. We will speak to you about this issue, and we are really cherished to be with you here and today, and thank you.
Solutions and also plans for the local SDGs rescue. So we have a respondents here. Let me invite two respondents, Deputy Minister of Norway, Ms. Sigrun Wigen Press-Bakmo. Maybe you can respond to all that you heard just now in terms of local SDGs rescue plan. You have the floor. Up to you. You can also sit there or you can also stand here. Yes.
Your Excellencies and dear delegates, and thank you, Chair, for inviting me to respond to this discussion and giving me the opportunity to address an issue that is of high importance for the on the political agenda in Norway. We know we depend on regional and local governments' efforts and that's quite important if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, it's also high on the agenda here. And we have common issues in our countries. That's, that I've heard through the speeches. Local and regional municipalities is the basis for our democracy and our welfare society. They are responsible for basic services and local development and played an important role in, for example, the pandemic response. Multi-level governance and cooperation with all stakeholders in different parts of society have been key to our development, and so I've heard from the speakers here as a topic of importance. In Norway, the government has a consultation scheme with the municipal sector on state framework conditions and goal achievements within the sector. And the main theme for the consultation is the economic framework in the state budget. The government also has a consultation a consultation agreement with the Sami parliament. We are now working on a white paper on the SDGs that will be presented to the Parliament next spring. And this work involves people and organizations from different geographies in Norway and also different societies. Also on that, in that work we can leave no one behind. I've heard some of the speakers here talk about involvement of and the importance of the local government's involvement and excitement to participate, and that's also quite important in Norway. And we also have quite a progressive politics towards the sparsely populated areas as a part of the solution in this work. As I heard some of the speakers also talked about, decentralization is a part of our solution. Norway is a long country and we are sparsely populated everywhere, but we also try to create good everyday lives throughout the country. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for also highlighting the importance of decentralization. I thank you. I think this is also a very important area that UCAG has been working on. I also would like one more respondent here. Let me invite the Secretary of Green and Environment, Sao Paulo, Brazil, Mr. Rodrigo Ravena. Please.
May I speak in Portuguese? Esteemed colleagues and partners, as representatives of local governments, and we stand at the forefront of implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. In São Paulo, we are committed to driving impactful initiatives that serves as catalyzer for change. One of our flagship programs is Viva o Verde São Paulo, a collaborative effort with UN Habitat. These initiatives focus in enhancing urban parks, ensuring equitable access to green spaces and fostering community engagement, especially with women and girls. It exemplifies how partnerships can lead to tangible improvements in urban environment. Additionally, our water source areas recovery program showcases our dedication to restoring critical ecosystems while promoting community participation. Throughout initiatives like the C40 Accelerator, we are aligning our strategies with global best practices to enhance sustainability in our city. We recognize the vital role of collaboration, particularly with frameworks like Local 2030 together and City Countdown 2030. Together we can share knowledge and resources, ensuring that local action resonates on the global stage. Let's continue to champion the potential of local governments in shaping a sustainable future. Shukran.
Shukran, thank you so much. I think we heard all very important messages from all the speakers today, and also heard the respondents. Before we move to the dialogue 2, let me just quickly summarize what all the excellent speakers have said. I think it's very important to build peace and sustainability. It starts from home, and this is also provide good best practices as well to citizens, to all citizens equally. I think the example of Istanbul shown that the people are in the center of development. That's also have been presented by others. There is also an important role of local governments in accelerating and supporting especially local governments for having innovative solutions to manage urban growth and environmental challenges. The challenges are huge, but from the discussion today, we heard that they also have a plan. They have a rescue plan. And this is also good that we engage several urban stakeholders as the important aspects in the discussions of having multi-level governance. And there are a lot of things that we heard about peer-to-peer partnerships, the importance of all sectors, water, sanitation, collaboration, sustainable solutions. But let me close by saying here that we all make actions. I think we all make action, and these start from home. And I think from these discussions, it's very clear that local governments and partners also made quite important actions here. And also highlighting the importance of enabling environment from the Norway examples. So let me invite everyone to give a big applause to all the speakers and respondents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big applause also to the moderator, Bernardia. Thank you for a great job. And allow me now to call the next roundtable speakers to come up. The next segment is going to be moderated by Carlos Martinez, the Mayor of Soria and a Special Envoy of United Cities on the new urban agenda. It is going to be tackling the issue of multi-stakeholder multilateralism and the outcomes of the Summit of the Future from a territorial perspective. And we are very pleased to have with us Ms. Maimouna Moudsharif, the Mayor of Kuala Lumpur, and you know who she is as well, former Executive Director of UN Habitat with us. Thank you very much, Mayor, for joining us. We are also very happy to have Ms. Shannon Dijksma, Mayor of Utrecht, joining us for this discussion, Mr. Greg Munro, Director of Cities Alliance, Mr. Mamadou Sesai, Chairman of Base Area Council of Gambia, and the Mayor of Cobija as well, Madam Rice. I am also very pleased to call to the podium Mr. Samuel Seth Pasha, Director for Local Governance and Decentralization of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development of Ghana. I'm very pleased to see you, sir. And Ms. Hannah Singer-Hamdi, UN Resident Coordinator for Nepal. Let us make the time for everybody to reach the podium. I'm asking for your patience. Carlos Martínez. Aquí te veo. Bienvenido, alcalde. Por favor, toma asiento.
Welcome, Mr. Mayor. have a seat. I do believe, Your Excellency, that we are about to start now, and this is an appropriate time, and we're going to inform you that we are ready to start.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, or good morning for everyone. We are going to start with this second panel discussion that is going to be a continuation for what we started in this morning, and also is going to add up to the idea of the local governments and the commitment to development and providing welfare to individuals. Allow me, before starting, to extend thanks to all those who have accompanied me, and also I would like to thank all the authorities and the government of Egypt and the authorities in Cairo for the warm hospitality and the generous one and the support that we received because of the accident that has happened recently in my country, in the eastern part of my country, especially in Valencia and Slia La Mancha, and it was a precedent of its kind, and this also would make us confront this kind of climate changes that occur frequently, and we should have the political will that is sustainable to protect the land and the planet. And also I would like to thank you so much for this consolidation that we received from all the international movements and the local and regional and international governments. Climate change that is different and weird of its kind has happened in my country, and many people are suffering from climate change on the planet. So thank you so much, Your Excellency, the representative of the UN Habitat, and all the other representatives. I would like to say that I am the representative of the new urban agenda from the government of Spain here, and today I'm going to talk to you about the infrastructure that we are going to tackle today and that we're going to raise in a way that is adequate. In the last session, we talked about the rescue plans for sustainable development, and also if we speak about the rescue plans, we have to say that we are not going to be deviated from the route that we took from the very beginning, and also we have faced in this pathway many challenges, and there is a pressing need for the expedition of implementing these 16 SDGs and the 16 resolutions that have been taken over the past 5 to 6 years to implement this agenda, urban agenda, and also the importance of managing these localities and all the individuals, and also to empower everyone and to start or to start locally in order to implement the SDGs and the rest of the components of the development, the sustainable development agenda. And in what is related to the Paris Agreement, in what is related to the climate change, I would like to say here that as my colleagues mentioned previously, and as it was tackled in the Summit for the Future in New York, we are searching for the causes, the reasonable and logical causes for why did we reach this level of deterioration? Why did we reach this kind of importance of tackling these issues? All of us would like to tackle these issues and to expedite the implementation processes. In what is related to the cause, it is quite important that we managed finally to determine the causes of this deterioration and how to develop and to implement the SDGs in an appropriate way. In the previous sessions, we saw that this international organization that is represented in the United Nations and the other plans that have been developed for the future also are seeking for improving the ecosystem. Also, there is the part related to the governance and the way of linking these activities to the plans at the level of the local governments is quite important, and there should be actors, individual actors, and we should have multilateralism and partnership in any way by which we can involve governments in developing these strategies. And also we have to anticipate how can we involve the local governments and the municipalities. And this is going to happen through the legal framework and the participation of the United Nations in order to see how can we achieve this kind of collaboration. And by all of this, we really need to talk to the participants that are going to intervene today. And also we'd like to speak about another reason, which is going to be the topic of the coming session related to the finance. So in this session, we're going to focus on how can we incentivize and encourage not only the United Nations, but also other stakeholders and competent parties to work together, not only confined to the UN Secretary General or whatsoever, but all the other parties and all what we can do in order to provide official forms of agreements. And where are the impediments? Would this lie in the local governments or the regional ones? Who is in charge? All these authorities and entities are responsible for the achievement of the new urban agenda. And by this, we have a big group of experts, and also they are going to exchange viewpoints. And let's start with the speech of the mayor of Kuala Lumpur. She is a friend of mine, and also she has intervened in many other fora, so I would like to give her the floor.
Dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you to Mr. Moderator, my fellow mayors, distinguished delegates. I have to thank the organizer for inviting me to share some views with regards to the outcomes of the Summit of the Future, particularly how it is relevant to those of us here, including myself, who are now working at the city and the local government level. I started from the city, and then went to the global, now came back to the city. As many of my colleagues, mayors, will say, once you are mayor, you always are mayor. Do you agree with me? Thank you. Thank you. So in my previous role as the Executive Director of UN Habitat, I have had the privilege working together with all of you and the opportunity to fulfill my pledge to this important constituency of the local and regional government, which was to ensure that we were at the center of the multilateral decision shaping table. I am very grateful to His Excellency the Secretary General for continuing to consult and take advice from his local and regional government advisory committee. If you remember, it started a very long way. Those who remember, we used to hold a placard outside the UN General Assembly, leaving no one behind, leaving no mayors behind. That was in 2016. Then in 2018, I was at the UN Habitat. Then I continue to work for that and become the chair of the Future Cities. And remember our common agenda. We work together with all of you for the formation of the local and regional government advisory committee. I think this established last year in October 2023. And at the same time, you can see that some of our inputs reflected in the conclusion of the Summit of the Future. First, I'm very, very happy to see that
the acknowledgement that effective multilateralism begins with positive impact on the ground. I think this is very, very much relevant to the World Urban Forum theme, is all start at home. Local action for sustainable cities and communities. Local here, it can be at the regional level. Local here can be at the national and country level. Local here, it can be at cities level. Local here is at the communities level. And local here, people that we serve. Because cities is for the people and people for the cities. I think this is very important message from the Summit of the Future, first one. Second is that more multi-level alignment between national, regional, and local government is critical to the achievement of the global goals. You remember, we used to say vertical and horizontal integration, where the national government and the local government, the business sector, the communities, and the youth and the women must be consulted, and we must be keep to our mantra, leaving no one and no place behind. I think this was really recognized in the Pact during Pact for the Future, during Summit of the Future in September this year at New York. The third part that I would like to share with you, that if we are ever to move the needle on the decarbonization and meeting the climate goals, financing, more resources, and better capacity building must reach the local level. I think this is very, very important, that even during the COP29, I think from here, from WUF12 to COP29, we will be talking about the financial structure, how can be the loss and damage fund, and how can the national government fund, and also at the regional government, at the global fund, will be trickled down to the local level, so that the local level can implement. In terms of the three factors that we used to say, one is on leadership. We have to build the leadership at the local level. Second is we used to say capacity. Capacity, it can be in the experts, it can be expertise, at the same time capacity in terms of funding. How much fund been trickled down to the people and to the country that really need the most. And of course, last but not least is the governance. I think it's very important that we have the governance and all these three things that we have to put in place in order to bring the financing to the local level. As a mayor of Kuala Lumpur, a post I assumed on the 15th August this year. I thought I went back to retire, but looks like I cannot retire. And then I have my Minister of Housing and Local Government here together with me. Thank you, Honorable, for joining us at the World Urban Forum. By having him here, you can see that in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia, we have the vertical and the horizontal integration that I said just now. How the integration of the national and the local level, and in order for us to implement the program. And at the same time, we pledge to strengthen multilateralism by ensuring that a strong local government involvement will be key features during Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN. These include the ASEAN Mayors Forum, as well as other key activities that will help galvanize the focused local level action towards the implementation of the new urban agenda. Malaysia will also be hosting the new Urban Agenda digital platform for our region, and we look forward to further collaboration to advance the key conclusion from the Summit of the Future to align with the theme of the World Urban Forum today, that is the action at the local level. Without action at the local level, I think that it's very, very difficult for us to achieve the 1.5 degrees. We need to include the local and LDC, not the least development countries, but LDC is the local determinant contribution to be included in the national determinant contribution when we talk about climate change in Baku, coming from here, I hope so, from this assembly, to be able to Baku during the COP29. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Maimuna.
Thank you very much حليفة تعمل دائما مع Thank you so much. Khalifa always works with local governments, and thank you for raising the cooperation with youth and women. This generation, the new generation actually your generation looking for rational and good governance, you can never retire. You talked about relying on expertise and different multilateral stakeholders. Everyone can contribute a lot in promoting the community empowerment to achieve the SDGs. I would like to leave the floor now to Mr. Glade London. The floor is yours.
So we heard in the Summit of the Future that we needed to transform global governance and we needed UN architectural reform. And the world today is very different to what it was in the 1940s. And in that reform, I'm not going to start talking about the shifting national government, making sure that there's not dominance from one group or another, but the most important change since the 1940s has been the role of civil society and local and regional government. And therefore, any architectural UN reform must include local and regional government and civil society. Now, we have the advisory group to the Secretary General on local and regional government. So this is the first of a few challenges. So my challenge to the leadership of the advisory group is please do not let this be a talk shop. Please do not let this be a group of platitudes where platitudes are expressed and where everybody agrees. Let this be something more than the United Nations Advisory Committee on Local Authorities, UNACLA of the past. So that's the first challenge. If we want to transform global governance, we need to put teeth into the advisory committee. My second point is a challenge to some of the mayors, and many of them are sitting on this panel. If we are to respond to the developmental challenges that we face and to respond to issues around peace that is needed in this world, we need a whole of society response. And that came out of the summit as well, that we needed a whole of society response. And that doesn't only include local government, it includes the whole of local government. And therefore that includes the people living in poverty and living in informal settlements and living in slums and the most marginalized people within local government. And mayors must ensure that if we have a whole of society response, that they are included. My third comment is the issue around financial architectural reform. That we need to reform the world's finances and the way we have our architecture for finance for development. Many, many countries, and particularly in Africa, are spending large parts of their budget on servicing their debt. They have no fiscal space for borrowing. Their capital expenditure has ground to a halt. We've got to reform this. And our development banks and our regional banks need a different form of architecture. The second big part of that reform has to be the localization of finance. And we have been speaking about the localization of finance for decades and decades. And this is the time, if the Summit of the Future is to achieve anything, we need to ensure that the localization of finance actually happens. My fourth comment was what also came from the summit was about the commitment to climate change and the 1.5 degrees. The 1.5 degrees is lost. We are talking about a post-1.5 degree world. There's no point talking about limiting the heating of the world to 1.5 degree above pre-industrialization levels. It's gone. There are informal settlements in India where people can barely live in them anymore because of the heat, where the water coming out of the tanks is so hot that it's not drinkable, it's not potable water anymore. We need a world, we need a response that takes into account the need for adaptation, because the horse has bolted in the 1.5 degree world. And we need action. And that links to my last point that came out of the summit. And that is about the world that we are leaving behind. So I had two discussions in the last week. One was a friend of mine who's my age. And she said, when we were talking about Spain and what was happening in Spain, and what's going to happen in the future when the world is 2 degrees hotter. And she said, I'm glad I don't have children, and I'm glad that I am the age I am, because I won't live long enough to see what will happen when the world is 3 degrees. And the second conversation was with my 27-year-old nephew, who said, I don't think I want any children. And it's not about money, it's not about lifestyle. It's about what world do I bring these children into. And I've heard many, many people in their late teens and early 20s saying, we don't want children. Because what are we bringing, what world are we bringing them into? And that's the most important part of the summit. It's a summit of the future. So if we don't engage young people, and if we don't give them a meaningful voice, and if we don't take responsibility for what we are leaving them, then the summit of the future is voiceless. And the only way we can make that happen is by leadership at the local level. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Greg. Qué importancia, ¿no? Has indicado, y creo que hay que resaltar, ¿no? la diversidad de los gobiernos locales y la importancia de la representación que tienen específicamente a través de las asociaciones, estos movimientos internacionales, estas asociaciones que dan voz.
Thank you so much. We're leaving the floor now to the Mayor of Utrecht, Ms. Sharon Lesmart. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is indeed Sharon Dijksma. I'm the mayor of Utrecht and one of the 15 mayors who was appointed by Secretary General Antonio Guterres to advise him on local and regional matters within the United Nations organization. And I think that the speakers before me already made very clear how important it is to give local action much more space actually within the international organizations, because if you want real action, if you want progress, for instance on the SDGs, you actually need that local action, because many times national politics nowadays, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Latin America or in the US or wherever else, you see that it is paralyzed almost and not able to do what is actually right to do, especially for the future generations. Now, Greg, I have to say I was a bit sad when I heard your story, because I'm also a mother of 3 children, and I don't know what happens with me, but it makes me want to fight for the future instead of being very sad about it. And we have influence, so we'd better use it, I would say, and I would urge you to do so. So we are here now at the World Urban Forum to raise actually a loud voice towards, for instance, the General Assembly, where all the ministers will gather again also in September next year, and they will decide then on how the future would look like. And the Secretary General will help them out. Because if you look at the Pact for the Future, you would see that there are lines in this in which we as local governments are really getting more position. And the Secretary General really promised us as a local advisory board to make the next step. So there will be a proposal at the table in which we as cities and as regional governments do not only get maybe access at a seat at the negotiation table, but also, for instance, access to international funding for climate resilience, for instance, or many other subjects, where we do have not only the power but also the money to make the change. And what we need are national governments to support us with this. So we could start today by asking our ministers to help us out, by putting pressure together with like NGOs or young people and their voices to really change that future. And I hope that you are all very committed to do so. I do have children and I want them to have a real nice life in future. And I hope I will be a grandmother one day. And I also urge you to stand up for your grandchildren. So let's do this. Let's be optimistic and not pessimistic. We could really make the change, and only if we are willing to do so. And we need a lot of courage, yes, true, but I think that we have this. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, compañera, por además ese mensaje de esperanza, de responsabilidad, de asumir el presente en el momento en el que estamos viviendo, nunca fácil, y esa esperanza para nuestras futuras generaciones, ¿no? Damos ahora la palabra a don señor Mamadou Cestay, representante de Gambia. Mamadou.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues around over the globe. As the chairperson of Basse Area Council and the president of Gambia Association of Local Government Authorities, I'm indeed honored to be invited to address this pivotal assembly. Before proceeding, let me thank the UCLG World Secretariat, UN Habitat, and the All Urban Forum for giving the young people the opportunity to address this assembly as one of the youngest mayors. The recent Summit of the Future has chartered a transformative path for international cooperation, emphasizing the critical role of local, regional perspective in the multi-stakeholder multilateralism. Today, I want to discuss about a few things as the outcome of the Summit of the Future in New York. One, the summit marked a significant shift in the global governance, stressing the issue like climate change, economic inequality require inclusive, collaborative, and holistic approaches rather than the old traditional way of top-bottom approach. Two, the summit also recognized the territorial challenges. We must recognize that global challenges manifest in different across various territories. The summit, acknowledging these differences, enable us to develop tailored, context-specific solutions to our challenges. The third one, cities and regions are laboratories of innovation. Cities and regions are not just implementers like back in those days. Today, we are innovators and we address the 21st century complexity through initiative in climate action, inclusive economy, and participatory democracy. Just last week, local government authorities in partner with the COMSA have completed 5 days training with the local authorities how best they can embed climate actions in the local budget back in the Gambia. The fourth one is the strengthening local government voices. The summit has opened doors for more significant role for local government in global decision making. Before, we only negotiate, but hopefully we are hoping that the hope of involving us in a decision making is high. Having said that, we seek genuine partnership, representation in a global forums, and access to direct international financing, as this was hindering the local development before. As local and regional leaders, we commit to strengthening participatory mechanism for diverse community representation, fostering close sector partnership for holistic solution, enhancing intercity and interregional cooperation to share best practices, continuing to innovate in sustainable urban and regional development, and lastly, advocating for stronger voice in international discussion. To our national government and the international organization, recognize us as essential partners in the global governance. The success of the agenda, such as Sustainable Development Goal and the New Urban Agenda, depend on local actions and strategies. To my fellow local leaders, let us unite our voice, showcase our innovation, demonstrating that we are not just implementers, but also shapers of the global policies. To civil societies, private sector, and academia, let us strengthen our partnership. Addressing the complex challenge requires the expertise and resources of all stakeholders. In conclusion, we stand ready to seize this opportunity, contributing our expertise and our commitment to a more sustainable, just, and prosperous future for all. The future is urban, the future is regional, the future is local, and that future begins now with us, in our cities and our regions across the globe. Thank you, shukran, merci, gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Mamadou.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mamadou. Thank you for showing the value. Thank you for the information. We have also former officials. We will still give voices to local representatives for the civil society. The floor now is for Lady Lucia, Mayor of Kolecha. Good morning, good afternoon. I am very pleased to be with you, and I would like to shout out to everyone. This is very important forum, ladies and gentlemen participating in all events. We're looking for a way out of all of the challenges that we live through. We participate from different regions around the world, all related to one topic, finding a solution for the world that we live in, for the true challenges as a result of climate change. The climate change that we see in different countries, it negatively impacts entire regions. We live in the Amazon region. 100% of my city that I'm a mayor of is located in the Amazons. I am also a global organizer for the Latin America local authorities, and we work to find solutions, develop solutions for local governments to engage all relevant parties, all stakeholders, local organizations and international ones, to face the challenges that we go through that mostly impact fragile fields. In the Amazons, in February, -60-meter high rivers reached 16 meters, which indicates the high water scarcity levels. The air pollution is also rising. This is happening in our region and also around the globe. We are developing countries, poor countries, but whether poor or rich countries, we all suffer from the impacts. We need to adapt standards to achieve justice and equity in the world. As local authorities, we are working to find solutions to eliminate serious issues such as poverty. In different regions, we are trying to eliminate and reduce the attention given to minor issues, and we're trying to give attention to issues that impact the larger scale. The population of the forest area have poor quality of life. We're working to develop solutions to improve the quality of life there. As a local government, I would like to salute all the multilateralism and the efforts exerted by all parties that we represent today, especially local governments that enable goal implementations. Some conditions are getting better and some others aren't. We need to gain awareness, raise awareness, because this planet requires changing the mentality of the people. We are responsible and we need to change the way we think so that we can make some progress. I am very pleased that I came from the Amazons, this amazing place. We hear all the voices in the Amazons. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Anna. These are very powerful words from Anna. She is speaking of truth. She's voicing, she is the voice of the planet. Thank you for all of your contributions. I hope we get to implement everything you said, and I hope the United Nations grows more stronger at different levels. We need to preserve our planet. We need to preserve the human life. The next intervention is by Mr. Samuel Serbas from the Republic of Ghana.
Good afternoon. A lot of feedback from the future we want. And I'm from Ghana. As a practitioner and honorable mayors and ministers here, your excellencies, I think one thing we should take cognizance of is strengthening the partnership at all levels, ensuring inclusivity, and then also focusing on governance. Governance, I would say leadership. Leadership is the way forward, because in all the conversations, if we want to have stronger partnerships and the leader is not deliberate about it, we may be going silo. We may not be working in interjurisdictional approach. Let me even bring the dimension of transboundary. If you are only jurisdictional in your city without taking cognizance of your adjoining local authorities, and even to extent that neighboring countries, then the fight for sustainable development may not be realized. So as we gather here, and we are talking about multi-stakeholder engagement or multi-stakeholder relations and partnership, it is important that all of us agree that we go together, that we don't go as one city, because issues of sanitation, issues of urban mobility transcends boundaries. It is not jurisdictional. They are interjurisdictional. So partnership with civil society organizations, partnership with private sector, government alone cannot do it. Leveraging on the private sector expertise, ensuring that the AI principles are embedded in our planning processes. Prioritization. You cannot do everything, but you can do things that are more impactful and are more people-centered. So in working together with all the multiple levels, I would say subnational, because I'm an advocate for decentralization. It is important that we think through and have a relationship with academia, think tanks, and bring all the solutions together and then work in an integrated manner. Our development partners, we cannot continue duplicating. We cannot continue working in silos. Our aid effectiveness, it is a high time we began to push it higher. That we all come together and solve a problem than to make it like a tokenism. But if you all come together and have effective coordination of our interventions, the impact will be realized. The dividends of decentralization will be realized. Let me end. I don't want to talk too much. The emphasis here from local government and regional government level is to, one, ensure at the regional level there's a bird eye view, there's a certain supervision, there's a certain monitoring of what the local authorities are doing. Then that will respond to policy. And once that policy connects with what happens in the local level, the triple F's principle is adhered to. What is it? The triple F says that funds follow functions. You cannot continue to keep the funds at the center and thinking that delivery of the interventions will be impactful. I'll end by saying that let's pursue the new urban agenda with multilateralism and the multi-stakeholder engagement to ensure that we deliver as one. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, querido ministro, y además por poner el foco en la importancia de la implicación de todos en el desarrollo de las estrategias y en la ejecución de las mismas para conseguir esa anhelada eficacia y esa tan temida productividad en muchos casos. Tiene ahora la palabra la señora Hannah Singer Handi, coordinadora residente de Naciones Unidas para el Nepal.
Thank you very much. A wonderful afternoon to all of you. Bonjour. Assalamu alaikum. And for my fellow compatriots, صباح الفل والياسمين على يومكم الحلوين جميعا. I don't know how the translators will translate that, but what an honor to follow up from the incredible inspirational leaders that we just heard. But I'm here in my capacity to share an experience as the resident coordinator of Nepal. So please join me as I take you over and fly you over to the Himalayas to just give you an example of how do we translate this on a local level. Now, financing is critical to achieving the SDGs, and the UN role is essential, collaborating across government, local communities, and multilateral development bank. This partnership is very pivotal. The outcomes of the Summit of the Future underscore that we must create and sustain impactful partnership grounded, as my colleagues have said before, in the realities of local needs, aligning to the Pact of the Future commitment to a renewed multilateralism, but that has to be responsive to today's interconnected crisis. So the first priority is ensuring financing instruments meet community needs. Working with the multi-development banks, we need to aim to tailor funding mechanisms to address grassroots challenges, whether in climate change, in health, in economic development, etc. For example, in Nepal, the UN worked with the government, and there in Nepal we have a three-tier federal system which enables coordination across levels of governance, helping resources really reach where they are needed most. So by exploring blended finance strategies that combine, I think as Samuel had said, public and private investment, we unlock a new funding sources for local initiatives. The developments of Nepal's integrated national financing framework illustrates how these collaborations can orient resources towards sustainable development, especially in climate resilience. Second priority is capacity building is equally fundamental, and the UN roles extends to empowering local actors with the technical skills needed to develop bankable projects. In Nepal, for example, multi-sectoral dialogues on financing for development involving the Ministry of Finance, private sector, and academia have really strengthened access to tools like, for example, green bonds. and bolstered domestic revenue mobilization. Third point, strengthening resilience remains vital. We don't need, Nepal of course is exposed to lots of disasters, but we don't have to look that far. Watching what happened in Spain and Valencia, it really alerts us to the importance of prioritizing disaster risk management, ecosystem restoration, and food security to support communities on the front lines of climate impact. So scaling up adaptation finances, especially in vulnerable regions, equips communities to address climate risks and build resilience. Now, my fourth point, mentioned also by my colleagues before, youth. Youth and youth. Youth empowerment is central to sustainable future. So the UN and Nepal also supports equitable access to services to young people, especially those in vulnerable situations, and their engagement in decision-making process. So in Nepal, for example, prior to the Youth Summit, we held extensive discussions among the different local localities so that they come up with their vision how to shape the SDG agenda, fostering an environment where youth can drive innovations and contribute to sustainable development. My last point is about data-driven decision-making. This is absolutely crucial. So the UN's Quintet of Change focuses on and must focus more on building local data systems to capture community needs, guiding impactful resource allocation. Efforts in Nepal include advancing climate and biodiversity goals through what we call the nationally determined contribution, aligned with the 1.5 degrees target, ensuring every investment benefits community. The Global Digital Compact also emphasizes bridging digital devices, expanding access in rural communities, and promoting responsible AI governance. So, through this territorial perspective, the Summit of the Future can really reflect on a commitment to impactful, localized partnership. Anchoring the Pact of the Future within a community-level effort will be essential in achieving meaningful progress for all. Thank you all very much. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum.
Muchísimas gracias también, Hanna, por además poner encima de la mesa una...
Thank you so much, Hannah, for shedding light on this and on these important issues. And also the sequence of numbers and information and the processing of these issues at the local and regional levels for the sake of people. This is the most important part here. Also, it's quite impressive that you have abided by the time allocated for your intervention, and this is going to allow us to have some few minutes to open the discussion for our colleagues here, and these questions, are going to be brief, if you please, and this is going to take around 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, and from the perspective of all what you have mentioned, it seems that we are common in, or we're having the same goal. And regulation over the authorities and the centralization of the management and adopting the up-bottom approach, all those things are going to be considered. Also, our colleague Maimouna, alongside with other entities and institutions, have helped in this regard, and we here face in this regard, the decentralization, and we have local governments that are helping us in today's work. And here, I am speaking about these international fora that are so important, and we need to speak about how this is going to be determined, and also there is a very important point related to the decentralization level at the local and regional levels, and also at the local level we have to address some of the issues related to the governance. And this is what I always say about the level of the locality and the level of the people in my city. And also we have to keep ourselves away from the fake news that are spread about the welfare, about the development, and we have to involve ourselves to better the lives of our people. And this is what I do while I convene with my colleagues and with the citizens. I might fail or succeed in this point related to the involvement of the citizens and the accountability. It's a big challenge, and I would like to ask you please to take 1.5 minutes to speak about this issue. What should we do for the sake of the betterment or the development from up to bottom, or vice versa? So we really need to know these issues, and how can we hold partnerships between the rural areas, the urban areas, and the localities. Shukran.
We can see is that we are talking about the outcome of the Summit of the Future and the Pact of the Future and the roles of the as an advisor to the local and regional government. What I would like to put forward here, we as the advisor, we need to make sure that our advice being heard, and we need to make sure that our advice being implemented. I think that is very important, the role of the advisor for local and regional government to the UN, because as an advisor, it also consists for all level of communities at the local level, at the national level, and also the private sector, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is what we were talking about, the principle, I used to say the principle of 4P, public, private, people partnership. Don't forget about that, because without the 4 Ps, I think it's very, very difficult for us to implement what we used to say, that action and capacity and leadership and governance. All our colleagues here have been spoken about all these principles. But principle is principle. But what we really need is that the ability of the mayors at the local level to translate the policy, to translate the strategy into the action-oriented program or project on the ground together with the people, and at the same time to have the possible high impact to the livelihood of the people. It's not so much on the GDPs. I think we have to go beyond a GDP. We want to see, as what I've been promoting for Kuala Lumpur, is from livable to lovable Kuala Lumpur. If you love your city, you will do all out to do what is to need to be done, and also to move the needle for the people who live in the city, and also for the foreign direct investors to invest in the city. So one of the areas is that the governance have to be intact, and not only we wish to say that green procurement, green governance, but it's also the governance and the ever-ready capacity to absorb the foreign direct investment. We would like to see that the investment. At the same time, we talk about the financial architecture. Even sometimes, through my experience, even you have funding, but without the capacity, without the expertise to implement the fund and to come up with a proper project or program together with the community is also a no-go. So I think this is 3 ingredients like governance, leadership, capacity, and local actions is very important. That's why the localization of the SDG is very important, and always local and local. We cannot implement the SDG in the air, you know, but we need to implement it on the ground, because 64% of the 169 target of the SDGs are to be implemented in cities, and 70% of the population to be in cities. And then cities is the talent, the hub of talent, the hub of investment, the hub of the economic growth. Then I used to say, why don't we flip the script? Meaning that instead of cities being very challenging, being problematic, cities is also become an urban solution. Let us work together to make cities as an urban solution. Thank you.
So bottom-up development requires leadership, and Mayor Mamoon has just used the word leadership. So let me tell you a story about leadership. Some years ago, shortly after the mayors of the 6 combined authorities in the UK had been elected, I ended up in a room with them for a closed session, supposedly for orientation, and I used the word leadership. And the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, immediately jumped and said, define leadership. So I said I could not define it in words, but I could define it in a picture. And I'm not going to say which mayor it was, but I had the picture from so many years ago of a mayor in a city was a large part of the city was impoverished. And she was, unfortunately for her, she was wearing a cream suit, but she was sitting on an upturned bucket in the mud, in the middle of an informal settlement. And she had her mouth closed and her ears open. And I said to Andy Burnham, Mayor Burnham, I said, that's leadership. And I firmly believe that if we have bottom-up development and inclusion, I think mayors often need to keep their mouths closed and their ears open a little more often with some of their most marginalized communities. And that, for me, is a key to good leadership at a local level.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to reiterate some of the solutions or some of the suggestions that we can take home. I think we need to focus on planning. If you don't get the planning right, we cannot have livable and, you said, lovable cities. Planning, spatial planning, critical. We organize our space well, then we can make progress. Community engagement and priority setting. I mean, we need to deepen our conversation at the local level, not to force development on the citizenry. I call it place-making principles must be adhered to. I will reiterate the point of partnership. You cannot do anything alone in this global space. Partnership and cooperation, not collaboration alone. I'm using the word partnership and cooperation. Collaboration, no. I'm emphasizing on partnership and cooperating. Cooperate with me for us to achieve the same goal. So it's important for me. I think that we need to go back to the basics. So I'm asking all of us to look at best practices and sharing experiences, which this urban forum provides. It provides sharing of experiences from Nepal, from everywhere, and then going home with best practices so as to bring changes that require. Finally, the 5th point, and next year we will have with 5 years for the SDGs to end. So the 5th point is municipal financing for local authorities. I want to emphasize on that. Why is it that in our various countries, local authorities are not able to go to the money market, go to the stock, access bonds? We need to legislate. We need to pass laws that will give financial autonomies to local authorities so that they become financially viable and they do transformational projects that can impact the citizenry. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I will start with the approach, the development approach. As I said in my statement, the old mantra of development, people will sit in their comfort zone, in their offices, thinking that they are technocrat, they can design for communities. That mindset or perception should be totally eradicated for us to move ahead. I give a scenario. I was elected 1 year ago. As the mayor, we introduced the first ever local strategic plan. And this, we recruit volunteers from community level. My local government area consists of 367 communities. We reach out to all these communities, engage their village development committees, from there come to the ward development committee, and come to the local council level for us to have our first ever 5-year strategic plan. This plan consists of only 8 pages. Direct to the point, no technical expertise, coming with a bulky document. In fact, it's hard to comprehend, but in the local dialect, because it's their development plan. After launching of this initiative, many communities in URR, include our major city, Basse, have launched the smart city concept, starting at home, locally. They planted 3 this year, because whoever know Gambia and Basse, you know that it's a prone area for river flood. But this year, they planted the trees, the entire city, and taking ownership, not only to plant, but you need to own a tree and make sure that that tree grows. So this is why it's important. I like the hashtag, everything start home. That's the first point I want to emphasize, for us to go back to community, design with them, and also implement with them. Not to design in our comfort zone, and then we want them to be then implemented. It will never succeed. The other point also we need to talk about, like my brother Ghana have mentioned, for us as a local government authorities, it's hard and then challenging for us to get direct financing. And then we are the first direct contact to the local people. When there is a flood, they walk into our office. When there is a fire outbreak, they walk into, if there is a drought, whatever situation happen on the ground, we are the first point of contact. But unfortunately, the other way around, as it says in the money market, national government and other entities they are representing us. At times, policies or programs are designed, we are not involved. We are only invited on a ceremonial launching where the concept and everything will be said within 5 minutes. You expect that person to provide your solution. It will never address the sustainable development goal. It came to my question last time in Bursa. I said, it's hard time UN to upgrade of only talking, but into action-oriented for us to develop the world where everyone, every person will live in dignified world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I support what my colleagues have raised. I think empowering really the local authorities is very, very critical. Empowering and allocating resources to enable them. But at the same time, with empowering comes also accountability and transparency. So this is very important. But my second point is really about our development partners. Now, our development partners need to come to an agreement. Are they really the partners, or are they want to continue being the donors? Because if they are the partners, we have to really join hands in what the country needs, what the local authorities need. But if our money is coming tagged that we want to do our pet interventions here and there, we will continue as is. This is very important, and it's a stand that development partners need to come to agree with. Even as UN, when I deal with development partners and everyone comes and targets a UN with their pet project here and there, this fragmentation is really harmful to development, harmful to the country. We can't complain that there is no money. There is money, but the monies are not used really strategically in a longer-term plan. So I think this is a collective decision. Are we here to be partners, or are we here to be, different entities employing what they are interested in? Thank you.
The technique was failing on me. I'm so sorry. I would say that a lot of very wise things already have been said. And if I look at my city, Utrecht, where we really established something great on sustainable mobility, we are now for many years the best city if it comes to be bikers friendly on a row. And the question is, how did we do this? And it started with a long-term plan. It starts with cooperation with many partners, including private sector. It started with bringing in citizens who really can be the best advocate for all these plans and who are involved in developing this. And it starts also with persistence, and maybe it ends with courage, because sometimes along the road you face a lot of opposition. And I think that leadership, yes, it has all to do with listening, but it also has to do with talking back sometimes and telling people that they can't have it their way if it is not in the general interest. So it, I think, is also a question of courage.
Muy bien. Bueno, lo primero, la dificultad que tenemos los gobiernos locales.
At first, what we have is inequality in local governments. We have to have faith and innovation. All the problems and the natural crises that we have today, Bolivia has been announced as a state of crisis. All local authorities that shall work together to reformulate and reallocate resources to deal with crises. We need to set goals, what we have to do to reallocate resources if we have very limited resources. We all follow the central government that is harming all of us, especially in managing international cooperation, because national governments need to know how to disperse these resources. And there is no linkage between both. We need to have cooperation, good management. The central government needs to help us do that. Through cooperation, through partnership for sustainable project, resilient project, so that our voices can get to where they need. The most important thing here is that we all, as local authorities, we need to have awareness to achieve people welfare. We need to consider the benefits that will be for the people that will result from our actions. And we need to change our way of thinking. We need to change our mentality to have a unified idea of preserving the environment, preserving the community, values like recycling, respect for nature, and what has been said by the mayor of Ostris is very important to benefit on the municipalities levels. The Netherlands has more bicycles than people. They have great progress in terms of preserving nature and people. We need to benefit from these experiences. Many local governments face a lot of challenges. They can benefit from these experiences, and we need to enhance innovation in this regard.
Al final lo marcabais vosotros, la necesidad. Fracasarán si seguimos por esa línea y, por tanto, la necesidad de que estamos por el buen camino, insistiendo, reiterando la necesaria participación de los gobiernos locales. Habéis planteado en este último turno también la necesaria institucionalización de la participación, fomentando cauces estables de participación hacia arriba y hacia abajo para que todo pivote con el objetivo último del bienestar del planeta y de la ciudadanía, pero también en torno a donde residen las personas, que es en las ciudades pequeñas, medianas,
enhancing the conditions of planet Earth and citizens, and there is a necessity for cooperation among local governments. Planning and setting of strategies is highly important and is not impossible. We need to participate in analyzing this information to develop strategies and looking for solutions that benefit citizens. The floor now we need to work on the resource reallocation. I will conclude here with a final message that for peace we work. We commit in this assembly to achieve the UN resolution through also penalizing the violating parties, respecting all states, respecting international law and humanitarian international law. Without peace, there will be no earth. The world today is witnessing a lot of conflict, and we need to advocate for the respect for human rights and the international law and humanitarian international law. Thank you so much.
¿Me oyen?
Sí.
Muchísimas gracias por una excelente moderación, for keeping time. You have finished exactly on time. Thank you so much. And you will all agree with me, this was a real assembly discussion. Thank you very, very much. I want to remind you, we are going indeed to the last segment of this assembly before closure, and I want to remind you that this is indeed an assembly. This is the place where we start in the World Urban Forum. We have the voices of local and regional governments heard, but of course the exchange of concrete actions and commitments are going to be coming up in the different sessions throughout our stay there. And in particular in our local and regional governments roundtable that is coming up tomorrow. But you will agree with me that very important things have come up already on multilateralism, hanging on this hook that we have in the Pact of the Future, the commitment of finding mechanisms to increase a structural relation with the United Nations system. And that structural relation will also need to be linked with a transformation of the financial architecture. And that is what our next dialogue is about. And I am very pleased to give the floor to Paul Coury, the Director of Urban Systems from ICLEI Africa. ICLEI, our sister organization, a member of the Global Task Force, is of course organizing our voice in the environment around the fight for climate change, but is also very, very involved with enhancing voices throughout the UN system. So Paul, please join us in the podium. And I would also like to welcome Mr. Mohamed Sefiani, Mayor of Chefchaouen, member of the board of ICLEI, and also a special envoy for food systems of UCLG. María del Mar Vázquez Agüero, Mayor of Almería. Mr. Alejandro Eder, Mayor of Cali, Colombia. I hope they are here because I know there were many problems outside. So, Paul, please do come and take your seats. Ms. Evgenia Lodivkova, Deputy Mayor of Kazan. Rafael Vera Castillo, Mayor of Vicuña. Isa Cassis, Mayor of Ramallah and our Ambassador for Governance in United Cities and Local Government, Mr. Ronan Dantek, President of Climate Change, and Ms. Shipra Narang Suri, representing in this occasion the Local 2030 Coalition. I think we have a wonderful discussion ahead, a very promising discussion on a very important topic. And I am leaving everyone in your hands, Paul. So, are you ready? We have some seating arrangements issues, right? I think we should be okay. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Amelia, very much. When we come talking to financing, clearly we have a lot to say. Everyone wants to reflect deeply on this topic, so we have a full house. I'll either play musical chairs or sit next to our esteemed colleagues on the side. So thanks, everybody. My name is Paul Curry. I'm the director of the Urban Systems Unit. I bring in ICLEI Africa. I bring the greetings of our Secretary General, Gino van Begin. And I'm really delighted with the invitation from UCLG, our long-term partners in the GTF, to be able to moderate this conversation and hear from the practice and experience of our esteemed mayors and urban development partners. So we've spoken about plans, we've spoken about partnerships, and now we're going to turn the conversation over and onwards to finance. How do we resource this? Financing is fundamental to delivering on the promise of the SDGs, particularly as local governments tackle complex social issues and lead efforts to provide essential public services. It's vital for local governments to be able to access increasing finance that's been mobilized through global commitments for the SDGs, for climate action, for industrial development, for infrastructure corridors, and further agendas. It's vital that they get access to this funding because they are best placed to implement it, best placed to allocate these resources in ways that match their own contexts and match the specific needs of their communities and people. We have ideas, we have plans, and we also have a collective moral obligation to ensure that those plans do not sit in dusty drawers and never come into realization. We have a massive obligation to our residents to ensure that they actually see the meaningful improvements in their lives. And so you'll agree with me that financing and getting the resources to cities is an important conversation to have at this World Urban Forum. ICLEI and our partners are working to increase access to finance, and I'd like to offer 3 considerations from our experience. We've heard this before in the previous conversations, but our 3 points are thus. Firstly, we need to support direct financing of local authorities, and we acknowledge that this would require a complete structural transformation of our global financing system. While this happens, we have to be innovative. We have to explore ways for finance to arrive at local level, such as through special purpose vehicles or reframing financing timelines and finding new modalities that get it to local action. Secondly, we need more intermediary support in designing projects, undertaking feasibility studies, and reducing risk so that financing can flow. It's vital for taking local ideas from concept to implementation, but this intermediary support is notoriously undervalued and underfinanced. Without it, we'll have little chance of actually getting the ideas into practice. And thirdly, we should not only be interested in increasing the quantity of finance, but also the quality of finance to ensure that projects are meeting multiple needs. For example, connecting gender and youth considerations into climate resilience, and ensuring that, most importantly, our implementation doesn't lead to maladaptation, that we're making sensible choices with our finance. So with that introduction, I'm really looking forward to hearing how these ideas are deepened by our city colleagues, and I would like to invite Mohamed Zefiani, our esteemed mayor from Chefchaouen, to start us off.
Thank you very much, Paul. Masa al-khair. Good afternoon. Bonjour tout le monde. I will switch to French. So, donc, c'est un plaisir pour moi d'être là parmi vous dans cette Assemblée générale. Merci à un rôle important au niveau de l'implémentation des agendas mondiaux.
Cities play an integral role in achieving the new urban agenda and the SDGs, and we have seen this and we have paid attention to this in negotiations with the UN and discussions, but we need support. We need support to transition to implementing the urban new agenda. We have 8% of the climate financing. Africa takes only 3% of the resource allocation related to local governments, only 3%. And if we're talking about resilience, 20% only of this finance goes to resilience, and the rest goes to climate mitigation. In my city, Chefchaouen is a city in the north of Morocco. There is a multi-level approach that we follow, and we adopt climate visions and 2030 visions. This is the most major challenge that we face. We work on development issues. It's a pressing case in Morocco because we suffer from drought. We have been suffering from it for 6 years. It's an experimental project and a pilot, public illumination. We are accrediting new innovations. Municipalities are taking charge of this new smart project for public illumination. In a few years, we will be one of the few countries in Africa that uses public illumination, saving lamps. We are following and adopting new strategies and action plans. We have inaugurated new centers to preserve unmaterialistic heritage. We're also implementing an EU-supported project. We are working on at different levels, regionally, nationally, and globally. We know that the national level is always difficult. We are going to convene conferences, events, but we need more fund. We need experience. How to transform these technical projects into reality. We don't have the sufficient human resources to establish new cities and new projects. This is highly important, the human capital, the human resources. We need to establish new projects, gain the sufficient finance to fund the new projects. We need also to ensure the sufficient experienced human resources. It is the human capital that is most important. The local governments and the municipalities, the local authorities are working to support these projects with providing technical support, human capital support. I always stress on this word, initiative. It has been launched in Dubai on different levels, and I think that all states Last but not least, we need to commit to standards, flexible, resilient standards to facilitate these projects. We need to work for the localizations of projects in different governments. We need to gain the sufficient government support.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I think their human resources as capacity. So I'd like to now invite Maria de la Mar Vázquez Aguero from Almeria, Mayor of Almeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all of you. My name is Maria del Mar Vázquez. I am mayoress of the wonderful city of Almeria, located in Andalusia in the southern of Spain. I'm also president of the Biodiversity Commission of the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces and vice president of the Andalusian Fund of Municipalities for International Solidarity. Before I begin, I would like to show my solidarity and support to those people affected with the floods in Spain, in my country, especially in Valencia, which have caused hundreds of deaths and missing persons. From here, our solidarity and affection for all. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today and to be able to share and reinforce our commitment to the communities we serve. So thank you for this opportunity. Almeria, the place where I come from, is a more than 1,000-year-old city at the Mediterranean seashores, where women and men from 126 different nationalities live together in peace and harmony. We may have different origins, but we are all united by living under the same sun, the same sea, and sharing the desire to grow, to fulfill dreams, and to achieve our goals, knowing that we must create opportunities for the future for more and more people, and we must also be aware of the fragility of the environment we live in. From the City Council, we seek to involve the people of Almeria in this sensitivity by promoting good practices. We firmly believe that local and regional governments have the power and the responsibility to lead the provision of services that approach the most pressing social problems. From housing crisis that affects so many places to the challenges related to climate justice, culture, health, food security, and the fight against hunger, among others. Each of these issues represents a link in the change that unites us together as a society, and that, unfortunately, it often gets broken. We need strong partnerships, collaboration that integrate public, private, and civil society sectors. Only by working together, we could build a future where every individual has access to the basic rights they deserve. From the City Council of Almería, we work every day to be an example of local governance based on active listening, cooperation, and the provision of services that are able of correcting imbalance. Our action follows the Almería 2030 strategic plan. We have a plan designed by more than 400 people, collective professionals, and the university, whose objective is the integration of all the neighborhoods, the generation of opportunities, employment, and wealth, following a line of environmental, economic, and social sustainability. We are promoting projects that not only seek to mitigate the immediate effects of these challenges, but also promote long-term solutions. Initiatives such as the construction of more than 450 social housing units, rental subsidies, housing for young people, renaturalization of spaces, optimization of water resources, and promotion of entrepreneurship and employment generation. These actions are essential to restore confidence in our institution, in our politicians, and for the future of our communities. And for this, international collaboration is essential. We face global challenges that require local and territorial responses. I would therefore like to invite you to discuss and approach these challenges at the 6th edition of the World Economic Development Local Forum in Sevilla, in Spain, from the 1st to the 4th of April in 2025. A space to share good practices, exchange and resources, and establish links that will enable us to be more resilient to face these challenges and to identify solutions in order to finance a global social agenda. We are convinced that solutions must emerge from partnerships. Only through collaboration we can build a fairer and more sustainable future for all and leave no one and no place left behind. Together we can make a difference and contribute to a sustainable development in our communities. So let's do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor, so much for emphasizing the importance of integration and inviting us to discuss economic and social needs better in Seville next year. I'd like to invite Alejandro Eder, Mayor of Cali, who has just returned from an extremely successful COP16 on biological biodiversity. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Bonjour à tout le monde. And I'm going to do a brief introduction in English, and then I'm going to switch to Spanish. It's an honor to be here. As you mentioned, we recently had the COP16 Biodiversity Summit in Cali, in Colombia, which is the city of which I'm mayor. That summit, as far as the COP summits go, most people are aware of the climate change COP. The last one was in Dubai, but there's also a second COP, which is the biodiversity COP. And what people need to realize, or what humanity needs to realize, is that without biodiversity, there will be no control of climate on the planet. So it's very important that we take care of biodiversity as well. That's particularly true for countries in the tropics, for countries like Colombia. And I'll give you one number. You know, humanity is very much focused on the decarbonization of the environment. And while that's very important, if you look at a country such as Colombia, we're responsible for only 0.6% of carbon being emitted into the air. But if we look at the jungles in Colombia, by one estimate, Colombia has 2% of the planet's land area, but we have 17% of the planet's potential for absorbing carbon through our jungles, or through the jungles that are based in Colombia. If these jungles aren't taken care of, and again, that's just Colombia, you have also Brazil, the Congo, the jungles in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. If we don't take care of the jungles and of forests in the colder latitudes, then we can forget about stopping global warming. We just hosted the COP summit where we wanted to share this with the world. Cali is a city that is in the most biodiverse country in the world per square meter, which is Colombia, and we're the most biodiverse large city within the most biodiverse country. So one of the things that we've seen in Cali and that we've become champions of is that we need to be an example as far as sustainability and as far as planning and projecting a city in the future that is sustainable environmentally, but also that preserves and strengthens its biodiversity. Every single city has some sort or some level of biodiversity, but it's very important that this be taken into account. Also, from the Colombia COP16 summit, one of the messages that we wanted to get across was, first of all, raising awareness that in Latin America, we have two strategic ecosystems for keeping global temperature down. These are the Amazon rainforest, which everybody knows the Amazon, but there's a second one which is called the Choco Biogeographical Region, or Biochoco, which are the jungles that go from Costa Rica through Panama, all along Colombia's Pacific coast, all along Ecuador's Pacific coast, and in the tip of northern Peru. These jungles, the Biochoco and the Amazon, along with the Congo, along with Southeast Asia, and along with the Mata Atlântica, which is the second jungle in Brazil. These are the 5 most strategic ecosystems as far as biodiversity, and they are in essence the world's lungs. And the world's lungs today have tuberculosis. And that tuberculosis are illegal economies that range from the drug industry, illegal gold mining, illegal timbering, illegal mining of other minerals, and even the current migration crisis. They're absolutely destroying these ecosystems. I want to bring this up, obviously, because I'm in COP mode right now. I've just spent the last 15 days speaking about the importance of biodiversity, but also because we're speaking of potential financing mechanisms. Both the speakers before me have mentioned the CHAMP system, which is a way to, I guess, to finance, to get financing for the local level based on the climate change agenda. One of the proposals that we're making from Colombia, from Cali, with regards to the system is that we need the CHAMP, the climate change CHAMP, but we also need biodiversity CHAMP. And we need to figure out a way also for green bonds, if you will, that benefit especially local and regional governments that protect their biodiversity. Because a lot of times it's easier to protect biodiversity at the local level than it is at the national level. I'm going to switch to Spanish now, if that's okay. Desde Colombia, desde Cali, nosotros poder para financiar el cambio en lo local, lo primero que se necesita es tener la certeza de un plan. Y en el mundo de hoy, ese plan tiene que estar
There should be a plan, and this plan should be sustainable in terms of preserving the environment. This is why what we have decided is that we should develop a fundamental plan for confronting the climate changes, and also this is going to refer to the future of the city and the protection of the cities from the climate change. And hence, this city has 8% of it is a rural area, and also it includes 7 rivers. In the protectorates, and also we have to close a mine. This mine has led to the destruction of some lands, and the government also has to provide support through the initiatives to be launched and through the local support. And through this idea, we can raise what is going to be in the future in this city. This is one thing. The other thing is that there should be investments because the development wouldn't be available without investment. We have thousands of creative mechanisms to push development forward, and we have to move from the protection of the financial resources that we have, starting from the local part, reaching to the rest of the country. How can we utilize and invest in these financial resources in order to have an infrastructure that is capable of endure this kind of change, and also to have sustainable transportation means? And hence we established a train that hasn't been there before, and we replaced the public or the mass transportation means that are solar driven to the e-vehicles. And we have established a historical center in the middle of the city, and we aimed by establishing it to ensure that all the water facilities, utilities, and drainage are going to be covered, and this is consequently going to protect water. And also we have supported the idea of the forestry and the protection against the vaporization, and this has allowed us to protect the water resources, and we're currently searching for financial resources through loans, but also we have to utilize the internal mechanisms, and this is going to happen through COP. And also during COP we have to discuss how can we create more green spaces to support the biodiversity. So I do believe that this is the message that I would like to deliver to the attendees here. We have to consolidate our efforts to face the climate change and to protect biodiversity, alongside with seeking for funding mechanisms at the local level. And also we have to establish urban areas, and we have to find a solution for the cities that are overpopulated. And in Cali, we have around 1 million citizens that are added to the center of the city. So if we take it from the environmental perspective, I do believe that we can create a good environmental system, and we can provide educational services, especially in the cities that we live in. And also we need really to do this in cities like Cali that can add resources to the development, the local development, and also to contribute to providing meaningful development to the citizens, especially to Colombia, in order to protect the biodiversity. And I do believe that among the innovative solutions, it's quite important to develop them on the medium level or in the medium term. So this is what we are discussing today, and the forefront of these topics has to do with protecting our cities, and also we need to think of sustainability, and also we need to think of the best use of the cities and the access to the money markets, like the multilateral banks and the multinational banks, and also to penetrate into the urban cities and the small municipalities. And 2 weeks ago, we've had a consultation for the establishment of an urban city that is going to help us achieve the development that we are seeking for. Thank you.
public space, territorial planning, we have to keep nature at the forefront of that conversation, because without it, we do not have a home. I'd like to invite Ms. Evgenia Lodvigova, Deputy Mayor of Kazan.
Hello, everybody. Greetings from Kazan, Russia. I'm very happy to be here. My speech will be in Russia. That's why I will ask you. Коллеги, буквально
2 weeks ago in Russia, particularly in Kazan, in which I reside, the summit of the BRICS has been held, and also we have hosted 36 of the leaders of the different countries, and this was a great honor for us. And also, we have been well prepared for this important summit, and we are already waiting enthusiastically for receiving the guests and the leaders of the countries that have honored us by being present in this summit. And working on this summit was so intensified. And also, the summit has proved that the unilateral world is over, and that 13 others have joined the group. Hence, this means that we are collaborating together. And during the summit also, 6 of the leaders of the international organizations have collaborated, on top of whom Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, Mayor of Kazan, has met him personally, and also I have met him. And we have taken a group of photos, and also we have tackled and discussed a number of issues with Mr. Antonio Guterres on how can we express our voices, and how can he listen to us and to our voices. And the hosting was so generous and warm. And also, he has reiterated that after the summit that has taken place in September, there should be a space for the local governments and the regional ones in the activities, in terms of the activities of the urban development. And we have offered him from the side of the municipality of Kazan to work with him on doing so, and we said that these voices are going to be heard on the arena and on the platform of the United Nations. And this is deeply going to help allocate some portions and shares for the local development and the local entities and governments. We are on the same page and we have the same goals, and we have joint mandates that we have to conduct, and we have to shoulder this responsibility related to the spread of security and safety all over the world. And also we have to involve ourselves in this issue. And a week ago we have held another summit or another meeting that has gathered the BRICS representatives, in which we have discussed a number of important issues. For example, how can we achieve the SDGs? Definitely, you know that during these discussions and negotiations, we have stressed on the idea that to achieve these goals, we have to make them away or to dissuade them from the policies frameworks. And we have to exchange information, knowledge, expertise, and we have to find mechanisms and tools. A number of tools have been analyzed in around 20 cities that are within the BRICS cities. And we noticed that there are weird things happening in these cities and that we can develop or better the situation and conditions and we can provide fundings to these cities in order to change the situation there. And hence, we can change our way of dealing with these issues.
С лидерами в применении технологий, данных и, конечно.
And also, there were pioneers and leaders in the use of new technology and how to overcome difficulties that are being faced because of the climate change. And it's quite known that we have to provide support in order to achieve these goals on the ground. And we have already taken a decision that you might have heard about, that there should be a new bank that is going to be called the Development Bank, that is going to be within the BRICS countries. And one of our colleagues has visited Kazan, and it's quite expected that so soon we are going to open a new credit line for the cities that are within the BRICS group in order to fund these activities, and around 35 billion US dollars have been allocated for developing and improving the situations in the different countries and cities. And a huge or a wide range of activities have been funded, starting from COVID-19, reaching to the current crises, and also there is other funding that has been given to the development of these cities that have been affected. And the municipality of Kazan is not only concerned about what is related to Kazan only, but also it cares about the issues of the other cities and countries. And if we take the perspective of a partnership, we will find that we are at the core of the materialism. Hence, we should find multi-sources for funding. Once again, I reiterate my thanks to you, and I'm really pleased and cherished with this participation, and I do believe that together we can make appropriate decisions for the future, and thank you so much for your attentive listening. Shukran.
The fact that cities and local governments are already well considered in the developments around the BRICS thinking. I'd like to invite Rafael Vera Castillo, Mayor of Vicuña, to share your thoughts. Have I got... okay. Please.
¿Cómo están? Buenas tardes. ¿Bien? Se les ve bien. Mi nombre es Rafael Vera Castillo, soy alcalde de Vicuña, en Chile.
I am a mayor in one of the cities of Chile, and I preside a group of municipalities in Chile, and I am the deputy president of the National Committee for Municipalities. We are facing here a big challenge on how to fund these needs. However, the resources are low, but we really need to diagnose the matter. We need to identify what we really need to do. We need to plan for how can we do all of that by considering what we have. Social justice is related to all those issues. To fund our projects. Also, there are many individuals all over the world that are working as farmers, and they face health issues. Hence, we need to have a finding for all of those things. We need to prioritize what are the first decisions to be taken, and this is the main point here. We need to develop plans and to take decisions, and many of you are involved in the decision-making process. As a household, in our daily life, we have to set our priorities and the final decisions that we make. And these decisions should be related to what is urgent and what is important and what is more important. And this is what we have to think about and to make decisions about. We have talked about the local governments, but local governments are not there. If there is no independence and autonomy, so this means that we are not there. And it's quite important also for this autonomy or independence to be a result of the autonomous decision-making process. And here comes the problem, because we have to collaborate together in order to take the appropriate decisions and to raise the solutions that are required. How can we work? We have to work in a just way. And what does it mean, justice? Would it be at the local level, regional level, or what? This should be at all levels and on all arenas. And we have to start at the level of the city, municipality, and even the small communities. And this is the most important part, because even the most marginalized groups in the society would call for the rights, and they call for receiving justice from everywhere. Also, our colleagues here have talked about justice, regional justice. And here we shouldn't disregard the ecosystem or the environment. And every one of you definitely would insist on the fact that the environment is quite important and fundamental. All of us should collaborate together to protect the environment, because the matter of pollution here is a huge matter that started to arise now. And the wide range of pollution that is spread all over the world now is represented in poverty and the lack of justice. These are two important pillars that we have to link together, to link between the development of our communities and the protection of the environment and the involvement of the competent and relevant stakeholders in this context, and to have or to provide care or to provide health care, and also to have responses towards these issues. But I would like here to say that in most of the countries, especially in Latin America, they don't have a response towards these issues. So we need to perceive this WUF in a different way. And we really need to look after the environment and on daily basis. So why should we discuss these points? Because we have to inform the decision makers of these issues, and this is what is called the community engagement or the social participation. And the leaders shouldn't let down their responsibilities. They have to make the right decisions, and they have to hire technical teams to take the appropriate and adequate decisions. There are many people on the arena, but there are others absent. But here, we have to collaborate together, and we should have a viewpoint and a vision towards finding solutions and participating in these meetings and fora in a way that is going to allow us meet the needs and requirements of our communities. We have to work together. We have to contemplate together at the level of the small and the big communities. And a few years ago, when I was young, I was advised to be the best cleaner, the person that sweeps the floors. And I have done this for a long time in my life, but this white hair means that I have undergone much experience, and this has made me think in a different way, that we have to work in a collaborative way and not individually. And this means that we really need to change from our inside to change the heart of the cities, the regions, and the whole world. We have to be capable of implementing what we really aim at. There are changes that the societies are seeking for. And here I would like to call you to build just and fair and balanced communities and to integrate inclusion in these communities and to work hard on the environmental issues, but these mandates are not the mandates of others, but these are our mandates, and we really need to pave the way for those who are going to come after us and our successors in order to be able to work well and to continue what we have already started. And we have also to take into account that the individual construction is not more important than the collective construction. Thank you so much for your attentive listening. And as I've told you a while ago, starting from Konya and our population, they are estimated by 30,000 persons. So we'd like to call you to collaborate together and to cooperate with us. Thank you.
People, marginalized environments. I'd like to invite Issa Kassi, the mayor of Ramallah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for hosting me here. I will start by saying a small, very short story about my city, Ramallah. Ramallah was established back 115 years ago, and ever since it was under occupation, and still is. Nevertheless, the city is progressing very fast in a way that today it is part of the international community and almost every highly recognized international network. And I'll tell you why now. I would like to start by saluting my people first, those who paid their lives for the liberation of Palestine and the self-determination of my people. In Palestine, we love the word resilience. And in Ramallah, we see that financial sustainability is the key for resilience. And we, yes, feel the gap that exceeds $4 trillion if we want to adopt doable SDGs and make sure that SDGs are adopted. And this raises the question why and how can we do it? Through numerous meetings and conferences, we realized that it's not a one-size-fits-all, and that we need to look at, as we look at SDGs in the local context, we need to look at the financing portion, financing side too. Example, when we want to secure sustainability for a city, and that financing from the public sector is weak and uninterrupted, and totally interrupted, excuse me. And then we see how can we make this sustainable. We simply made this sustainable in my small city by opening up to the public and listen to what private sector wants and what the citizens want, and how we can be at the same wavelength from all, and not to leave, indeed, anyone behind. And thanks to the international networks that we are part of, that set the standard and the benchmark for securing the minimum that a local government must have in order to secure good, livable place for the communities. In an occupied place, it's indeed very challenging to secure finance. Nevertheless, we made it. How? By partnering with the private sector. We love the word PPP, and public-private partnership was one key point for us to secure financing sustainable projects that secure uninterrupted flow of revenue to the municipalities. In my country, central government supports local governments because of their limited resources at all levels, financially, socially, even politically. And therefore, this made local governments in Palestine stronger and more resilient. And here, when we look at financing local governments to secure better lives and livable communities in the future, we see the need for sustainable projects that make the city move on and make sure that private sector and the young communities, the entrepreneurs, the startups, they have space to grow and prosper. It's indeed very challenging, but yet, as I said, it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I'm glad that we are raising this issue over and over again to come up with innovative ideas, something outside the box, and make sure that local governments can secure affordable financing. And I would say unconventional affordable financing. And here local governments need to shape up the standards, i.e. Governance, transparency, disclosure of financial statements for local partners and international partners alike, see the value and the return on supporting these local governments who are performing under extreme odd circumstances and yet make sure they make available livable communities for their people to excel and find hope in life. My community is very small. 65% of my population are below the age of 40. And this puts the challenge on make sure that the young society, those who will show up on election date and make a change in the destiny of the city, of the local government, that their needs and aspirations are met. And this is another challenge, a big challenge. This does not require financing per se, but requires localizing SDGs when it comes to supporting local communities, local economic development in the local community. We worked with the young generation, those below the age of 30, I would say, newly graduated students and above. We make them available the public spaces of the city. And with some regulations, binding certain regulations, we make sure that they can open their business and prosper. So what I want to say, and here I close, is that financing directly to the local government is not the only, and it's not the only way, and it's not necessarily done through conventional banking or conventional finance. But on the contrary, sometimes it goes beyond. And with the digital age and using digitization, especially when we address such a large, as far as we are concerned, a large stake of the society who are currently excluded from local economic development, we can open the door wide for them to be part of securing a resilient city, because eventually they are part of the decision-making in the long run. Thank you very much again for allowing me this space. And I'm here to learn, and I'm here to share, and I look forward to meet every one of you, and thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for talking about aspiration and building aspiration in the face of vast exclusion, as well as how we are building more creativity in how we partner for finance. I'd now like to invite Ronan Dantic, the President of Climate Chance, to share his reflections.
Je suis donc Ronan Dantec, président de l'ONG Climate Change, toujours élu local de la ville de Nantes. Et ancien porte-parole climat de CGLU, c'est dire mon plaisir, chère Emilia, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, d'être parmi vous ce matin. En introduction, je voulais donner aussi toute ma solidarité à cher Carlos Rodriguez et à tous les
أود أن أتحدث وأقول أنه من دواعي I am pleased to participate in this very important forum that will be productive and will have lots of outcomes. We are looking forward for more efforts in different fields. In less than 2 minutes, I would like to say a short message. I support everything that has been said by previous speakers related to the things that we need to take into consideration. The Paris Agreement works to promote all projects in the climate change arena, and also all the projects that will be established in the next period by convening forums and conferences. Inclusion in society by including all segments of society shall be engaged in the urban action, but for the public sector, the private sector, the civil society, the international organizations, they all shall work together. I can't count everything. I cannot say everything that I want to say because I only have 2 minutes, but we have aspirations on different levels. On the local authorities levels, we have last week in France there was a conference for the local level projects for a more inclusive vision that included all society segments. This conference aimed to reallocate resources and find the financing on the technical support issues. It is a very important issue that we need to highlight. The presence of resources is highly important. The most rich places, the advanced countries are the most protected, but the most affected countries are the poorest and are the least contributing to the crisis. This needs to be taken into consideration. There are a lot of summits that have been convened, and this point was raised more than once. We need a sustainable roadmap that supports collaboration among different stakeholders. We need to work together, share experience and expertise to move forward for development, for sustainable development. The financing issue, I will re-stress this. The financing issue is highly important for any project to succeed.
descendent sur nos territoires. Cette question du
The carbon emissions as well, the climate change are very important and pressing issues that we need to highlight and discuss further. The climate change, the financing are the most pressing issues, and we need to see outcomes, tangible outcomes, by the next session for this important forum. We need to overcome the challenges in the way of securing sufficient resources, and we need to ensure that the most deserving segments get access to the resources to create new projects.
C'est le sens de cette réunion.
Thank you so much for emphasizing are needed, particularly to address an unequal distribution of resources. And yet again, another call for tangible solutions, so please take that forward. Let's go home with what we're going to do together. I'd like to invite Shipra Narangsuri from the local 2030 coalition.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, mayors, excellencies, friends, co-conspirators, partners in crime, good crime, I have to say. It's not easy to be the last speaker in a session that had so many rich experiences shared. And thank you, mayors, each one of you, Ramallah, Cali, Kazan, Cunha, Almeras. Thank you for sharing everything from biodiversity to social cohesion to peace to equity to justice and social inclusion issues. This is really, really important. Thank you also for giving the Local 2030 Coalition an opportunity to speak today on this topic of financing, and I'll sort of try and tie in what you just said to what I need to say, and I'll be very brief as the last speaker. The Local 2030 Coalition is the UN system-wide network and platform to advance the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's dedicated to strengthening the engagement between the UN system and local and regional governments everywhere around the world, as well as bringing in development partners, IFIs, multilateral development banks, the private sector, bolstering finance through innovative mechanisms, approaches, and impactful solutions. I just want to share two short examples of how we do this. One example is our partnership with the Joint SDG Fund and the Government of Spain to launch the SDG Localization Portfolio and Localization Marker. Now, it's not a given that every UN entity works equally effectively on the ground with local governments. Many work much more closely with national governments, but it is the endeavor of the Local 2030 Coalition that every UN entity is empowered and engaged and supported to work with local and regional governments, with local communities, on local projects, on impactful solutions. The initiatives with the government of Spain have helped identify around US $24 million for programs advancing the SDGs at the local level, and have provided 30 UN country teams for with a total of about $10 million in seed funding for catalytic local investments. This is a drop in the ocean. Someone mentioned $150 trillion this morning, but I think it is a step forward in making sure that funding is channeled to the local level, to local actors, to local projects and communities. Another example at a slightly higher level is the work that we are doing on exploring how to finance the 6 SDG transitions at the local level, unpacking challenges and opportunities, putting together some thoughts, some policy papers, and some advocacy pieces for governments to start thinking about how to take these transitions forward at the local level. As we start to implement the Pact for the Future, this was mentioned several times this morning, particularly the Action 55, paragraph E, we know that well, Amelia, dedicated to local and regional governments. We should really zoom into the upcoming Financing for Development Summit. This is an opportunity, this is our time, this is the place where we can push for a stronger commitment to subnational financing, a commitment to addressing barriers and extreme complexity of processes that prevent local actors from accessing international finance. This is also a place to focus on financing of urban infrastructure and housing and the challenges that many cities, local governments, utilities, development authorities and others face. Local 2030 Coalition will be happy to support you along this journey and continue our efforts to mainstream SDG localization across the UN system. We are with you on the road to Sevilla, and we know it is a local one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing the efforts of UN agencies in engaging with more local action. So we've heard an incredibly rich sharing of ideas. We have 3 very brief additions from the floor to reflect on what they've heard. So I'd like to start with Mr. Victor Puga, Secretary of Territory, Urbanism and Urban Agenda in Catalonia.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organization, UCLG, and all the representatives of the regional and local governments participating in this dialogue assembly, and especially thank the regions to the opportunity to express our point of view in this forum. En este contexto, lo más relevante
everything that led to this global change is the ability to identify the Sustainable Development Agenda. If we wanted to identify the climate change impact, the housing issues, the relevant societal solutions, we need to work on capacity building and wide-scale problem solution. We have people working to solve and implement the local development agenda, the Sustainable Development Agenda, and also, in fact, we cannot forget our commitment to achieve the goals on this agenda. The right to housing, the right to ownership, This stems from the city, from the local location. It's also highly necessary that we have mechanisms to face the challenges because the relationship between cities and challenges makes us look for solutions. So the right to ownership need to be embedded into our systems. It's necessary to open the floor for cooperation between the regional and local, and in Catalonia, the local workers do that everything that they can in this regard in the regional and local governments. We do that everything we can. We shouldn't lack to a social agenda that is based on transformation and obtaining the necessary finance to achieve development.
Without sending a message of support from the government of Catalonia, from this forum, a message of support, for all the people and families of Valencia and the rest of the coast of Spain who are suffering the effects of the devastating episode of extreme rainfall that has claimed the lives of hundreds of people and caused enormous material damage difficult to repair. The fight against the climate change, which is at the root of the many of the extreme weather conditions around the world, must be an obligation and for all the institutions and all the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for re-emphasizing the importance of continued collaboration at multiple levels. I'd like to invite William Chan, Councillor from Sydney, Australia, to share his reflections.
Bujari Gamarua Din Babana Gamurada Gadigal Nagura. G'day in the traditional language of where I'm from, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation from Sydney in Australia. My name is H.Y. William Chan. I'm an architect. I'm a city councillor, the youngest city councillor in the Lord Mayor's government in the history of the City of Sydney in 180 years. And I'm also on the global executive of ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability. 2 months ago, we gathered in New York and heard from the UN Secretary General. And he acknowledged the failures of his generation, that his generation has failed the younger generations. But it's really important for us to acknowledge that the work starts today, because we cannot continue and have a future leader addressing the UN General Assembly, a World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments, and for them to also announce that they too have failed future generations. We cannot let that happen, which is why we need a shift in the urban governance of our cities and our communities. Rather than talking about youth and young people as a separate category, we must be talking about intergenerational action and intergenerational allyship. Because young people for far too long have been fighting on this issue. We have been speaking, trying to be heard, to be listened. And we have been meeting as well, youth talking to youth as our elders speak to elders. This needs to change, and this is why we need to be working together and have intergenerational action. Youth has been left out from the Sustainable Development Goals, and we know that because through my work and leadership in New York in 2019 and in 2018, we launched the Youth 2030 goals so that we too could be included. So now we need to look forward and be able to recognise how we have been leaving people behind, and we can do so The Pact of the Future is that roadmap, but I think the Pact of the Future doesn't go far enough. For me, as a local government and city leader, it's important that we not only listen, not only work with young people in decision making, but we need to work with them as decision makers. Not only in decision making, but work with young people as decision makers. They too should be decision makers. And in the topic of finance, it's also important that we recognize intergenerational justice and the inequalities that's been had across the generations. Young people are, of course, facing the brunt of the polycrises that we talk about during the next few days. And as such, we need to quantify and understand the loss and damages. We need to start financing what young people are missing out on in terms of opportunities, education, economic employment, as well as infrastructure in terms of when we talk about our places as well. So let's look at financing, the work that I've been doing with UNICEF in Australia to look at loss and damages, not only from a climate resilience perspective, but from an intergenerational perspective, will become critical to cities and our local communities. So the call to action for fellow mayors, governors, local leaders and cities is to make sure that we continue shifting the paradigm beyond just working with youth, but actually having future generations to mentor them, to support them, and to lift them up. Because one day in 2050, I hope the UN Secretary General of then will announce to the world that we did not fail the next generation, that we made this work and we were succeeding in terms of our vision to make sure future generations are not being left behind.
Thanks so much, Councillor. Calling for intergenerational action, intergenerational co-leadership. I have a final speaker from the floor, Gilberto Per, Executive Secretary of Frente Nacional de Prefeitos. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good. In this very important debate on city financing, international cooperation is fundamental and strategic. Identifying and addressing differences will certainly help us to build fairer cities and reduce inequalities. And in order to make these comparisons even more effective, we suggest that UCLG coordinate a survey that can synthetically answer the following questions. 1. What are the responsibilities of the world's main cities? Public transport, healthcare, education, security, housing. Then, 2. What are their available budgets? And 3. How are these resources collected? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Some concise and direct action items for our colleagues to consider. With that, I'd like to invite a great show of thanks from our participants here for our amazing panel, sharing their insights and expertise around driving financing at local level. Please join me. And hand back to Emilia to close off today's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. A great job, as always, and it's a great pleasure to have you all here. And so we have come to the closing of this session, but of course we don't want to go away without giving an opportunity for you in the room to make any comments if you so wish. So if there is any comment that you would like to make, the floor is now open for you. I know it has been a very long morning, but still we all feel we should give that opportunity. If I don't see any hands, then I would like to recall that this World Assembly has produced a statement that the statement has been discussed and negotiated with all the networks that are part of the Global Task Force, those 37 networks that work together. Those 37 networks have made nominations for speakers to participate in this assembly and have made the following calls for the World Urban Forum, which we will all be transmitting as well to the advisory group of the World Urban Forum. So concerning the SDG Rescue Plan that places people and the planet first, the call is to ensure safe homes for all, housing as a human right, and protect internally and internationally displaced populations. We also advocate for a new generation of human rights, one that is driven by innovative solutions to both physical and digital environments, and committing to contributing as organized constituency to the SDGs plan through the development of a universal local social covenant to ensure the localization of the pact for the future. I think there is a clear call to create that alternative multilateral space between organized civil society and local and regional governments. And this would bring us to the fruition of the outcomes of the Summit of the Future from a local perspective. We call for the international system to keep the promise of the outcome document and to find new instruments for a structural dialogue with local governments. And we commend the priorities of the upcoming UN Habitat Strategic Plan, which places housing, basic services, and slum upgrading and land at the heart of the activities of the organization. Concerning financing for territories for future generations, we call on an effective response to the climate emergency. We call for a deep transformation of the financial architecture, including the direct financing of local governments, and for a future in which the finance of the quality of life of communities replaces the metric of the GDP. Finally, we would like to stress how important it is for our constituency to maintain the dialogue with the rest of the constituencies, but to be recognized specifically as local and regional governments also in the accreditation processes of this type of event. And just one note from my side. We know the financing for development conference will be critical for our constituency. The reality is we have no means to be accredited to that conference yet. And yes, we will ensure that there is a local track at that conference. And we are talking with the Spanish government to achieve that. But the reality as of today is there is no formal space for our constituency to dialogue with that process. So there is still work to be done. But I hope that you have been able to have a glimpse of how important topics are for our constituency. I thank our partners from ICLAIF, from Regions Force, from C40, from CLGF, IMF, and all the regional sections of UCLG, including Metropolis, Flagma, UCLG Africa, and UCLG ASPAC and MEWA for the great work that they have done in helping us prepare this assembly. Thank you all. Have a good lunch and a good opening of the World Urban Forum.